This is pulled away and pulled brilliantly by Harry Brook. Will Young's out on the boundary at deep square. And this was dug in by the bowler Smith. Harry Brook seized on the length and pulled that powerfully to the boundary. And that's 4 much needed runs for England. Will Young, I don't think he moved 2 metres to his right before that ball passed him and hit the boundary.
Sure, that was belted very, very hard for 4.
Smith again, this time doesn't go short. And Harry Brook's pushing this to mid-wicket, won't reach the boundary, but Brook will come back for a second. He moves to 24.
I think with the thing with Smith is if he doesn't sort of effort ball really, really short, he's not going to get the pounce that Blair Tickner gets and 1 or 2 others. And if he gets it in between, he's really nice pace to come on. And that was a lovely shot there from Harry Brook. But just to pick up what we've been talking about there, Cam, about Sam Curran, definition of role in the 50 over side.
Again, he goes big. There's Brook targeting mid-wicket, but it's more of a toe edge or toe end on the bat. Comes through for another single, moves to 25.
The thing I've had with Sam is a definition of role in both T20 and 50 over cricket. I think he's got one now in T20 cricket, but I'm still not sure he's got one in 50 over cricket.
Yeah, I suppose that's just got to be worked out over time, hasn't it? And I was going to say before, what I was actually most impressed with Sam this year was how well he did in red ball cricket. And like you say, he had a defined role. He was coming in, batting at 4, and he just played wonderfully for us this year. He got I think it was 4 70s in a row in the championship, and I'm assuming that probably played a role in him coming back into the England setup again as well.
Last ball of Nathan Smith's over, and Sam Curran rides the bounce and pulls this confidently enough out to the boundary for a single. So another good over for England. 10 runs coming from Nathan Smith's 5th over, but he has picked up the 2 wickets. 2 for 27 from his 5 overs. Sam Curran is 2 not out. Harry Brook is 25. And England find themselves at 94 for 5. After a word from Cam, it'll be the returning Neil Manthorp. And Gough's not too far away from coming back in as well.
Yeah, I just want to comment again on that pull shot from Harry Brook. What's so impressive is in his 135 in the first ODI, he was pulling up on the ball quite a lot, hit a number of sixes. I think it was 11 sixes in that innings. What's so impressive is he's been able to, this innings, while he's building, just hit those hard along the ground, and that shot was raced to the boundary. And Santner is coming in again.
Pushed away by Curran out towards mid-wicket. No run there. So it's a balance, isn't it? Sam Curran has to find now between being positive and following the, I wouldn't say instruction, but the encouragement of Harry Brook to go hard. Here is Santner again. It's just short enough for Curran to pull all the way along the ground and go through for an easy single. So it was a strange comment from Harry Brook, given the context of what happened to England in the first game. After the game, he said, "Oh, I want the batsmen to go harder." Well, they were 10 for 4. There hadn't been any time to go hard or soft or to go at all. They were all out. But, he said, "Oh, I want them to go harder." Pushed away now nicely by Harry Brook down the ground towards long on. I mean, you look at this scorecard with scores of 13, 25, 18, less than a run a ball. You could say that he would have liked this innings, batsmen to go harder. They weren't round long enough in the first game. But what does Sam Curran do? The old-fashioned rebuild, consolidate, form a partnership. Or do you want him to go hard? Punched off the back foot now by Curran again down towards long on. It's a long way to go. There's a lot of cricket in 50 overs. We're not even halfway, and half the team gone. Harry Brook himself is playing by his standards well within himself. 26 off 29, 97 for 5. Santner again, and Brook down on one knee, sweeps it away over deep backward square leg, and I think that's gone all the way. What a magnificent piece of timing. I'm not going to say really I mean, he got into position to slog sweep, but it was more of a conventional sweep in the end.
He just hits the ball so hard. Like I say, you watch him when he practices in the indoor school. He's just got long arms, he's got a great bat in his hand, and he knows what he can do with it. And if he gets any sort of contact, he clears the ropes. He just does. The only place he's not conquered in clearing boundaries is Australia.
It's like he's playing a different game.
Different game, different surface, different rules. Flicked away off his pads now, out towards deep square leg. And they're through for a single. What a shot that was.
A great shot, and that's one of his strongest areas, actually, to the seamers, off his hip, and then off the spinners. He just flicks it. I mean, his wrist is unbelievable, so flexible. And let's say he hits the ball so hard. The only thing that annoys me about Harry Brook, I love him as an individual. I love him the way he's grown up the last 2 or 3 years. His cricket, just watching him bat, is awesome. But some of his interviews are cringeworthy when he talks about just, oh, go harder, just going out and slog it, yeah, get more runs than them and get more wickets. I mean, sometimes it's too simple, right? It's not that easy, cricket. It's hard work. Sometimes you have to dig in. Sometimes you have to graft. You have to graft to a score. England have to get to around that 6 and over. They have to go in at 6 and over now to get a decent score, 272. It's not easy. And if you keep losing wickets, you're just making it harder. These two stay together, it's gettable. Right? It's well gettable. If they lose another wicket here, this is when we could be all out for 160, 170. And you don't give yourself a chance.
Jamie Overton in next, made a very, very good 46, career best 46 in the first game when England were 56 for 6 when he came to the crease. Michael Bracewell's into the attack with his off spin. First delivery is a low full toss on leg stump, clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Cameron Steele, I must say, there are pros and cons of having a genius player as a captain. He tends to, well, there is a tendency for him to apply his own standards to everybody else, and if you're not quite at the level of genius, then you sort of think, well, I know my limitations. Here's Bracewell again. Curran drives down the ground and straight back to the bowler. Like Harry Brook says, well, just go harder. You know, just like, you know, hit the first ball for 4, and then you sort of think, well, it's also my career. We're 5 down. I'm trying to establish myself. Pushed away, straight back to the bowler again. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, I'd love to, Harry, play the ball like you do. But, you know, I generally need 15 balls to get myself in, you know, in the 22nd over. Nice, pushed away defensively. I mean, I'm not saying that Sam Curran isn't a brilliant player. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. He's got exceptional talent, but also, like I said, he's you know, he's a year out of the team, a year out of both white ball squads. Hasn't played a test match for years, and he wants to put some numbers on the board. I mean, there are certain conventions that don't change. That one is punched away again, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, well, I think Sam has played enough cricket, and I mean, he's only 27, but he's played hundreds of games. He'll be mature enough to do it his own way.
Yes, Beastie, great set.
Clipped away, straight back to the bowler once again, and there's no run. Is he 27, is he?
Or even
to
26?
me, Sam Curran will always be 21.
Same age as my son. My son played against him all the way through schooling, yeah, Sam Curran. So I kind of know the ages. Because you played against my older son, right?
I did, yeah.
So Popey and I think Sam Curran played against my younger son. So it's I judge people on playing against my kids at cricket. It's mad, isn't it? You see them like Ben Ducky went to school with my oldest lad, Liam, so I know he's 30, right? It's mad when you're growing and getting old.
That's reminding me that I'm 30.
Yeah, you're still young, mate. You've got another 10 years left, yeah? Still a fit lad.
Fingers
Just
crossed.
stop running.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to ask you, with Harry Brook, how much of that is just him believing that, or a bit of propaganda with his interview?
Santner in again, driven to extra cover, no run.
I think it's going from his past leader and from example. Ben Stokes makes players around him better. It's proven fact, right?
Santner in again and driven to backward point and caught. What a catch! Will Young diving away to his left at backward point. That is a very, very good grab. Really, really good catch. And Harry Brook is on his way. Mitch Santner, the Black Caps captain, has made the all-important breakthrough. That is a super, super catch from Will Young. I wanted to hold back from too much of a superlative until I saw the replay, but that's an absolute one-handed screamer.
Absolute screamer. And you know, Santner, he bowls well to Harry Brook. I think Harry, out of all the bowlers, he doesn't like facing Santner. He's done well against him. And he was just starting to get going, wasn't he, Harry Brook? It was a strange innings from him, actually. He played a couple of, took the right gamble when he had to, but 34 from 34, we're used to seeing a quicker strike rate. It's not been easy out there, and 105 for 6 now puts England in trouble. Good bowling from the captain. He's got his 2 spinners into the game. They've got through some overs, and Jamie Overton now coming to the crease, and he's going to have a similar innings to he had the other night.
Yeah, as you said, good bowling from Santner. It's good field setting to go with a superlative catch from Will Young. He's just, you were saying before how Harry Brook loves it almost at that leg stump where he can get under the ball, flick it with his wrist. Santner's just held that ball back a touch and gone outside off stumps so that Brook has had to go hard through the offside and just skewed it. See there, just a little bit wider, a little bit slower, and hit to Will Young, who's taken a fantastic catch there. Oh, that's a Kiwi catch, Kiwi special.
Proper catch here. That's what happens when you go to athletics, gymnastic class. I used to do gymnastics at school.
Did you, Goughy?
Yeah, absolutely.
You could see that with the way you dance.
I was brilliant, roly-poly and all that. I used to do it all.
Do you know, I think Will Young was trying to get 2 hands to that, and at the very last second he realised he couldn't, and he's just taken it in his left hand. Absolutely brilliant. Jamie Overton is the new man, and he pushes the first delivery up towards mid-on.
Was it Will Young the singer as well? Not that is Will Young the singer, yeah. Relight My Fire and all that. Is that it? Same name, yeah.
Santner in again, left arm around the wicket, and it's pushed away up towards mid-on, and they go through for a single. 106 for 6. Curran 4 off 12. Jamie Overton has 1. Tell you what, there'll be a few English fans around the world listening to us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, or listening to us on talkSPORT or talkSPORT 2, thinking England aren't very good at 50 over cricket. That's short and cut. It wasn't very short, actually. In fact, I'm not even sure it was short at all, but Sam Curran managed to squeeze it away quite close to him, chopping it behind square on the offside.
Do you know one thing? I say it's cricketing intelligence. I think our T20 cricket is just to another level, and we're arguably the best team in the world, us and India, right? I think the way we play. Squirted one out there from Jamie Overton at backward point. Does he pick up a couple? Yeah, picks up an easy couple. Well bowled again from Santner. Played his 3rd over, 1 for 17.
You know, but England have won 10 out of 10 of their last completed games. They've had a few washouts. They've got a win rate currently in T20 cricket in the last 10 games of 100%.
They're brilliant.
And in one-day cricket, they've won 8 out of their last 25, which is, you know, more like 30%.
Because I think you've got to remember, 50 over cricket for me is still a highly skilled game. You have to bowl properly and get wickets with a new ball if you can. Spinners have to bowl to take wickets, and when you bat, you have to build an innings. And I hate using the word partnership, because partnership is such a name that's gone out of the game these days from coaches. But you do have to build partnerships. You need one of your players like a Joe Root, a Kane Williamson. This is why they're still playing, to get you 80 or 100. Daryl Mitchell does it for New Zealand numerous times, and that's why they're good at 50 overs.
Bracewell's first delivery is again just pushed down the ground. I think Curran and Overton are not going to be overly perturbed by going hard at this stage. They're 6 down. They still haven't reached the halfway stage. This is the 25th over. I think they will play within themselves for a while, and I think there will be some old-fashioned values placed in building a partnership and consolidating now. Chopped away by Overton. That's a very, very well-timed shot. Goodness gracious me! I thought that would be cut off. I think Mark Chapman's on at the moment as a substitute fielder. He's very quick across the ground. That was wonderfully timed by Overton on the back foot, just chopping it away through backward point. And he set off as if he thought that it'd just be an easy 2. But Fielder dived, Chapman dived and tried to scoop it back and flicked it onto his body. So 4 runs. Well bowled, Bracewell, past the outside edge. Overton and Tom Latham knocks it on. And a bye is the result. Didn't take it cleanly.
Outstanding, Beastie.
Fast outfield though, isn't it? Manners it, real quick outfield. And there's a little bit of turn there, but if you get bat on ball, you get value for your shots.
Here's Bracewell again on the back foot, punched away by Curran down towards long on. They're through for a single. I mean, there's been less movement than there was in the first game off the pitch. I mean, it looks there's a bit of pace and carry in it, isn't there? I mean, it
Fast
actually looks
outfield.
like a good pitch.
Fast outfield. I said cricket intelligence, and I don't think we've had it in this innings at all. Look at some of the shots.
They haven't been impressive. That's chopped away behind square on the offside. And they're through for a single, another single. There'll be a lot of singles now if England are to rebuild. 117 for 6. There hasn't been... Why do you think Josh Butler reviewed his LBW immediately, like in the manner of a man who'd hit it?
Well, I think he thought he was going to be high, didn't he?
Oh, yes, Beastie. Yes,
Driven
Beastie.
by Curran up towards extra cover. But even if you think, you know, if it's hit you, like you're thinking it's hit high on the leg and that's got to be high, you'd take a second opinion from your partner, wouldn't you? I mean, he's just reviewed it immediately, instantly.
Especially when it's your captain at the other end.
Yeah, it was strange. What did you think of it, Cam?
I was going to say, especially a captain at the other end who can see everything, sees the ball better than anyone. I suppose it was umpire's call, so they've retained the review, which is the main thing. But it did look out live.
Do you know, when you watch the batting here now, and I look at that scorecard, I think that's what disappoints me when I talk about the word partnership. I say a word not used really these days in cricket. And you look at it, and I'd be disappointed because guys have got in 13, 25, 18, 34, 9 even. They've got in, these guys.
Mitchell Santner continues with his left arm spin and it's punched away to mid-wicket. Another single, 119 for 6.
I suppose Root's the only one that would feel pretty hard done by being strangled down the leg side, but otherwise pretty much everyone will be disappointed with the way they got out. I know Duckett got a good ball, but as you're saying, he usually likes to play his shots square bat instead of straight bat.
Santner in again. Jamie Overton likes to give himself some room outside the off stump, does so, chops it into the covers only as far as Bracewell.
But these two can play. I mean, I've seen Overton when he's played for Surrey play some ridiculous innings. I mean, he hits the ball so hard.
Here's Santner once again. It's right in the slot, and Overton's gone for it, and he's hit it very cleanly. Oh, that's landed 20 yards over the long on boundary onto the grass banks. It was just perfectly in his slot, wasn't it? Absolutely right in his arc.
He smoked that. He's such a big man, Jamie Overton, and if you miss, I know from bowling at him in the nets, if you miss on that step here, he usually goes the distance. There's another one.
Oh, a lot of drift from Santner this time, and swings in again right in the hitting arc. Smash down to Blair Tickner at long on. I was going to ask you, do you think, it seemed to me that Joe Root was distracted by the previous 2 deliveries, both of which went down the leg side, and first one I think irritated him that it wasn't called a wide. Here's Curran now playing this one straight back to Santner, and then the second one also went down the leg side, and you could see that furrowed brow, and you know, he just looked distracted, and you know, understandable. I mean, they would normally have been called wide, I think. Pushed away out towards mid-on. It may or may not have contributed towards him then playing at the third one, which was also heading down the leg side. I don't know, he seemed distracted to me. Relevant or not, make up your own mind. 26 overs gone, England 126 for 6 after being asked to bat first. Highest score so far today, Harry Brook 34 from 34. Joe Root, as we were talking about, caught down the leg side for 25. But all credit to New Zealand. I mean, there's still half a dozen players who would be genuine contenders, if not certain starters, who are injured, who are out of contention for this squad. But they're playing very, very well. They know the conditions well.
Always been a good 50 over side, I think, New Zealand. But they're tough. They're tough to beat. The way they balance their team, every single World Cup, when it comes to a World Cup, they always seem well balanced. They've got a game plan, and they're very hard to play against.
Michael Bracewell continues with his off-spin, flicked away through the onside. Nathan Smith fields.
And they used to have a lot of all-rounders, didn't they? I mean, they used to look down their side, and all the way down there were all-rounders. Like I said, very difficult team to play with. Always good field inside, athletic in the field, and they're well put together.
Bracewell in again to Curran, and once more chopped through the offside, just a single to the man sweeping. Do you think England players generally, it's a massive generalisation, Cameron Steele, but do you think that because of the way that English teams play T20 cricket, the amount of T20 cricket, do you think there's almost a reluctance to bat through some... Oh, down the wicket comes Overton, chips it just over mid-off. It was a little gap wedge over the head of the fielder at mid-off, who was up in the circle. It's Mark Chapman. He's still on the field, the substitute. I mean, but to bat 50 overs still takes some skill, just to bat 50 overs.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the New Zealand order here, and you've got Tom Latham, Darren Mitchell and Kane Williamson in their middle order.
Well, that's right in his arc. Sam Curran swings, doesn't time it, inside edge, another single, 130 for 6.
You wouldn't say that any of those guys are real dashers. I mean, Tom Latham is one of the most accomplished ODI players for New Zealand, and he bats at 5, and he scores his runs by hitting, he said in an interview the other day, by hitting the boundary field as hard rather than over the fence.
Bracewell then again, turned away by Overton, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Mitchell's the same. I mean, he can hit long, but he builds an innings. You saw his innings the other night, and then he stepped on the accelerator. Game finished in 5 overs. When he decided, right, we got it done now. I'll cross over the line quickly. Beautiful. Up my scoring rate.
Step and a half down the wicket from Overton, single to long on. Patient rebuilding now between Curran and Overton. 27 overs gone, 131 for 6 England.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit old school, but old school generally works. It's the old get to 30 overs and double it in the last 20.
Spot on, mate, spot on. And it is about, I think England are still trying to reinvent the wheel, and it happened under when Owen Morgan was captain. They try to play 50 over cricket like 20 over cricket. I think to get consistency is impossible. To do it over 50 overs. That's why the other night, what did we get? 220 something of 5 overs? Which is a great scoring rate. We'd have finished with over 300. But you can't keep getting bowled out. And consistency-wise, you can't do it on every pitch you play on.
Mitch Santner defended by Overton. Straight back to the bowler. I never played top-level cricket, so I always equate the formats to what I do. It's running marathons. Sometimes you just got to take some time out. That's smashed by Overton. It was an ugly-looking shot, but he's got 4. He's fetched that 1.5 foot outside off stump. It's half volley length, but he's baseballed it. He's hit it flat back, straight back past the bowler, because there's nobody at mid-off. I'm not being unkind, it didn't look pretty, but it was very, very effective and very clever. A little bit of innovation for 4 runs. Overton now pushes it down towards long on, and they go through for a single. Rachin Ravindra fields.
I think actually what he's done here, Santner now, I think he's got to get a seamer back into the attack. I think he's kind of just trying to get through overs here, and rather than thinking we can bowl England out here, and I think he's just getting through spinners at either end when he's got 2 new batters at the crease. See, get the seamers on.
Driven down the ground to Ravindra again, no run.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Jamie Overton has just thought, I've got to take my opportunity now, given that the seamers have been the pick of the bowlers today, in going after Santner a little bit.
Short and pulled away by Curran out towards deep mid-wicket. That wasn't a good ball at all. That was a very rare long hop from Mitch Santner, and it got what it deserved, and even more reason, I think, to get a seamer back into the attack. But just, I mean, it's like, you know, a marathon's 42 kilometres. Sometimes, you're hurting. The pain kicks in at about 25 kilometres. Here's Santner again, right up full, and a sweep shot from Curran. And they go through for a single. Sometimes you just need to concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other for 5 or 6 kilometres and don't fall over. Just don't worry about the pace. You know, slow it down if you need to. Just get through some pain without...
Are you talking a different language here?
I'm talking my language. 28 overs gone, 141 for 6. Is it time for a change in the commentary? Is it Jon Norman to take over, or are we going to Dan McHardy? And it is. All right, go on, Goughy. Translate my language, and Jon Norman and Steve Harmison will come in.
Well, 28 overs gone for England. It's been a mixed match, hasn't it? 141 for 6. England, they need a partnership, and they need one from Jamie Overton and Sam Curran. 2 Surrey players at the crease, right and left-handed combo. Had a good 4 overs against the spin of New Zealand, Santner and Bracewell. And Bracewell to continue.
And Sam Curran continues stepping back and playing deep in his crease, and taking a single down to long on, where it's fielded by Daryl Mitchell. 142 for 6. And that was a short stint, wasn't it, for Manners and Cam and Goughy?
I've only got a couple of sweets in, yeah.
Well, that's probably a good thing. Bracewell continuing, and keeps the touch low, and flicked front of square on the leg side. Just shout out to Manners, very generous of him. I was feeling a little bit peckish
Yeah.
about an hour ago.
I wonder where he's picked them up from.
Well, he offered me a couple of little sausage roll type things, didn't he? Pork kind of bun or something.
Yeah, it must be a freebie from somewhere.
Pushed out to point by Curran, no run there, 17 from 26. I mean, it looked quite tasty, but then I looked at the best before end date. I don't know how long ago the 22nd of October was.
That was the day before my birthday, and that was a week ago.
7 days ago. Oh, what a ripper from Michael Bracewell. He zipped one in, and Sam Curran, playing deep in his crease across the line, has been beaten by one that has just gone on with the arm. Well, England in disarray here. All the bowlers enjoying themselves today. And Michael Bracewell struck in his 4th over. Sam Curran goes to 17. England 143 for 7.
Yeah, good delivery from Michael Bracewell. Just looking at Goughy, and we're talking about it in between the over there, and it was get the seamer on, get the seamers back on, because Curran, Overton, they're not sort of natural batters, top order batters. The seamers have caused a lot of problems, but there Michael Bracewell is just, I think he's done him in length there, done him in length and done him in pace. Sam Curran just got it through that little bit quicker, and Sam Curran not sure whether to go all the way forward or go all the way back, and he decided the latter. He went all the way back, probably for one of the first times it's held its line. There's not been a great deal of turn, and if it's held its line slightly, it's just slightly, and Sam Curran, by his facial expressions, thought he had that one covered, but he didn't. Michael Bracewell's got it to beat the outside edge, hit the top of off stump. I think Sam Curran's been done there by a little bit of good length and pace on the ball.
Brydon Castle's a new batter, and he was out first ball in the last game, I think he was, yes. Survives this delivery from Michael Bracewell. He's gone for 16 from his 3.5 overs, 1 wicket. That of Sam Curran in this over. Last ball of the over, and it's defended away. So where do England go from here? They were 143 for 7 in the last ODI. It soon became 143 for 8. In fact, Brydon Castle is walking to the crease. Exactly the same score, 2 games in a row. That's a bit odd.
But England had Harry Brook in the in the form of his life in the last game. Jamie Overton's going to have to do something really, really special here to get England anywhere near a score.
Yes, and I mean, this looks like a good track now, doesn't it? They have, Mitchell Santner agrees with you guys. He is bringing back some pace, and it's Blair Tickner who is playing ahead of Matt Henry. He was only recalled to the side because of an injury to Cole Jamieson. Blair Tickner, a couple of days ago, I was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to play today, but here he is, and he's picked up a wicket as well and seen a catch go down. Harry Brook dropped on naught. Brook eventually departed, the sixth man to fall for 34. Great catch from Will Young, actually, at backward point. And Blair Tickner's first delivery is bang on the money, a length delivery, which is defended by Jamie Overton, who's 24 from 18. Now, does he change his game?
No, I don't think Jamie Overton does. Not yet. Not while Bryden Carse is there. Bryden Carse, you look at England's batting lineup and you think they can go all the way down to number 11. Archer will come in 10, Rashid 11. So Carse, Overton just needs to carry on the way he's going.
Here is Tickner, pulled by Overton, and it's pulled really well. There's a dive from the fielder at short mid-wicket. This is a race to the boundary, and I think that shot there answers the question I posed to you 2 deliveries ago.
Yeah, I think if I was Blair Tickner, I'd be bowling it a little bit more into the pitch. That there was a little bit of a loosener, a little bit of a drag down. I think this one, if he is going to go for the more aggressive route, which is a shorter ball, I'd imagine it'll pitch a little bit closer to Blair Tickner rather than closer to Jamie Overton, because I think that's the way I would go. I'd go hard at him, go hard at his left ear, and if he's going to play the cross-bat shot like he's just done, and make him play it from the ball being a little bit higher. And I think that's the way they're going to go, because they've just seen a little glimpse of the field there. They've got 2 men back on the leg side. Fine legs inside the circle, so it's a little bit of a dangerous one if he top edges it.
Down the track comes Overton, and he meets the ball and heaves it over Ravindra, who's about 2/3 way back to the boundary at long on. And that's back-to-back boundaries, and he's followed 4 with 6.
Yeah, good shot. Come down the wicket, just stepped across the line. He's gone onto an outside off stump. He's looking to open up that leg side. There's 2 men on the leg side field, one at square leg, one at mid wicket. So if he is going to go leg side, he's got to go leg side and go a little bit straighter.
Tickner again, very short, and Overton pulls this, won't get a boundary, just a single to deep square leg. So Overton moves to 35, gets off strike. Carse yet to get it off the mark. 154 for 7, England.
It's good from Jamie Overton, it really is. He's not worried about what's happening at the other end. He's playing his own game. England have still got 20 overs left in this contest. 20 overs left to bat. I think where they could be if they had wickets in hand, but as it is, 154 for 7. A little bit like in the first game. Going to end up a long way short.
Down the track it comes Bryden Carse, and there is a fielder. It's Nathan Smith on the cover boundary, so it's just a single. Extravagant shot for 1 from Carson. 20 overs to go. Well, doesn't matter, they're just going to keep going harder. That's what that's the mantra from the captain, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said. Come on, we go harder. Just seems to be whenever England get embarrassed, or England lose a lot of wickets, or England get beat by a big margin, the message from Brendan McCullum and whoever captains is go harder.
Short again, Overton pulls again, and he'll pick up a single. Bracewell fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He was put out there from short mid-wicket, and that saved 3 runs for sure. 13 runs coming from the 30th over. England 156 for 7. We do need to talk about this curious routine that Blair Tickner goes through at the start of every delivery, where he essentially kind of
Dressage.
Dressage,
yeah,
yeah.
it is, isn't it?
It is,
He's
yeah.
jumping up and down. Gough says he's about to do a pole vault. You know, You got Blair Tickner doing the pole vault and potentially Jasper Bumrah doing the javelin when it comes to different types of fast bowlers. But everybody's different, each to their own. You know, their own little ways to get themselves in a position to go. Remember when Mark Wood first came, he had that big step back, short run up explosion. He's then moved his run up back. So yeah, all bowlers are very, very different on how they get to deliver the ball.
Santner continues, he's picked up 1 wicket. It's on the pads, there's a big shout for leg before wicket. Jamie Overton getting 1 big step down the track on the sweep. He's been hit in front, and no surprise that Santner's going to take this one upstairs. Now, Harmy, initial thoughts were possibly hit outside the line. It's not going to be bouncing over.
No, it's not going to bounce over. I think it's outside the line. I think Mitch Santner's gone just to keep putting pressure on England. I think with England 7 wickets down, I think Mitch Santner knows this is outside the line. But I think he's gone for the referral just to keep the pressure on England. I think it is a tight call, but I think it's outside the line. He hasn't got a glove on it. He hasn't got an edge on it. So for me, it's outside the line. But I think Mitch Santner's gone, well, we only need 3 more wickets. And England are under a massive pressure anywhere. Do we keep going with the pressure and go for the review? And I think that's what they've done. So a bit of a sort of psychological review, this one.
Well, Ultra Edge is showing no bat on the ball. The ball thumping into Jamie Overton's pad. But we can see 2 stumps, middle and leg. And when you can usually see both of those behind the batter, it usually indicates that the front leg is outside the line of off stump. And that is exactly what's occurred.
Pitching outside of, impact outside. Stay with your original not out decision, Paul. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by.
Well, Paul Rifles had 2 LBW decisions to make. He gave Joss Buttler out correctly, and he's given Jamie Overton not out correctly. He remains there, 36 not out. This is plenty of loop this time from Santner, and it's drilled through and past extra cover and all the way to the boundary for another 4. Overton moves to 40, back-to-back 40s, and England are 160 for 7.
That's a really good shot. A really, really good shot from Jamie Overton. He's kept the ball down. Harry Brook, a little bit earlier, he's a little bit more wider and a little bit shorter of length, slashed it and hit it aerial. That was a fantastic shot into the ground.
This is pushed up to long off. It'll just be a single for Overton, who moves to 41. 161 for 7. Realistically, England aren't going to bat out the 50. I mean, it's almost impossible to. That's what makes it quite interesting, really, isn't it? Normally, you'd say, "Oh, left alone this time from Bryden Cars." In any other era, you'd say, "Oh, well, if England can bat out the 50 and get up to 235, 240, they're in the game." They're not thinking like that at all, are they? Santner again, forward is cast, and this is fielded by Michael Bracewell at extra cover, no run.
No, they're not thinking like that. This modern way is to keep going, not worry about how many overs has gone in the game. Just be aggressive.
Goes through with the shot, does cast. It's played square along the floor, and cast comes through for a second run. 6 runs coming from Mitchell Santner's 6th over. 1 for 41, and England 162 for 7.
But I think what you have to look at, and maybe said at the start, talked about England's balance of side and possibly being a bowler short. But when I look at the 2 contests that we've had so far, the top order have let the England team down both times, because you have batters like Curran and Overton and Cars. Rashid can hold a bat, Archer can hold a bat. But if you get bowled out in 35 overs every single time, you can get 240 in 35 overs, and it might look good because you've hit some 6s and 4s. You ain't win many games.
Here's Tickner, touch Fuller, and this is driven square by Bryden Cast. Took a bit of tap in his last over, did Tickner. A couple of big boundaries from the bat of Jamie Overton, so we'll see how that battle resumes. England behind the game here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 163 for 7. They've never really been ahead of it, truth be told. They lost Duckett early for just 1. Smith, 13, before he went on a top-edge pull. Joe Root caught down the leg side for 25. That was a wicket for Blair Tickner on his return to the side. Jacob Bethel will be disappointed. First ball after the drinks break, pulling a short one straight down the throat of square leg. Butler was LBW. Smith, good ball actually, an in-ducker. It nipped in as Jamie Overton is forward and powerfully driving this to Mitchell Santner. In fact, he timed it too well. Otherwise, that would have been a single. Harry Brook slicing to point. Will Young. They've put him down a few times, but boy, was that a good catch at backward point. The captain going for 34. 105 for 6 at that stage. So a recovery of sorts, I suppose. 163 for 7. Sam Curran was bowled playing back. Michael Bracewell with his first successes. Full delivery from Blair Tickner is clipped away to deep mid-wicket for a single, and Cast moves to 3. In and amongst that, Jamie Overton has looked very assured, as he did in the first ODI. That was his highest 50-over score for England, 46, before he was dismissed. He's 4 away from that, and he'll be hoping to kick on. England need him to, because this score looks way short. There was a cloud cover, a bit of rain at the start of the innings, but now blue skies, pitched up inside edge onto the boot of Brydon Cast, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I can't see a score anything less than 250 really, posing New Zealand much of a threat. I mean, you don't know. An inspired spell from Jofra Archer. Wonderful piece of fielding. Maybe a run out here or there, but conditions have eased, and we're not seeing the kind of movement that we have seen it on occasion in this white ball tour. The first match at Christchurch, start of the innings. Pulled away by Cast. It's in the air, and Brydon Cast has picked out Daryl Mitchell at deep square. Blair Tickner bounces another one out, and England are 164 for 8.
Yeah, when you talk about trying to stick with your partner, Brydon Cast, you can't really blame him. He's batting at number 9. He's getting a bat of ball that he feels as though he can hit, and he's hit it. But unfortunately, like we've said, Seddon Park is very big, square of the wicket. Blair Tickner, that's meant to be a bouncer. It was an effort ball. He got it high, got it outside the hitting zone of Brydon Cast. He's had to shovel it round the corner to hit it on the leg side. And all he's been able to do is find Daryl Mitchell, who is only, 10 yards in from the boundary, and takes a smart low catch. In England are now in a world of pain. 164 for 8 with Overton on 42. You're talking about a score of lower than 250, Jon Norman. I mean, if you look at that scorecard now and you say England 164 for 3 of 31.5, you'd be saying England are going to get 320, 310, 320. But unfortunately, the way England are going at this minute in time, I think they're going to be lucky to get 210, 220, and that will be nowhere near good enough in this second ODI.
Before today, England, when batting first, hadn't gone past 40 overs in 3 of the last 50 games. They lost all 3. It's slightly incongruous. It's not incongruous, it's unfathomable that they might not go past the 35.2 overs they batted in the first ODI. They'll be bowled out for less time than that. Still another 4 overs before they reach that stage. And they've only got 2 wickets left. Jamie Overton is still there, 42, and you know, we talk about, well, this is the way they play. Well, I don't know, you know, I mean, call me old-fashioned, but batting out your 50 gives you a better opportunity to win games of cricket than, you know, falling in a heap after 35.
In batting, there's different ways of batting out your 50. You know, there's different ways of identifying passages in play. 50 overs, as we talk about T20 Yeah, 20 overs is a long time. 50 overs is a hell of a long time. England have got arguably their best batters in this team, barring probably Ben Stokes. England's top 6 in this game. I mean, you put Ben Stokes in there, and there's not many others you'd want in there. Zach Crawley wouldn't get into this team, and that would be your top 7 from your Test match team, and they play very, very well on difficult surfaces in Test match cricket. It just shows you, I think, a memo to the Australians for the Ashes. You know, in Test cricket, you look 2 slips, 3 slips in a gully. You have men in the field and men in the deep. You've got a chance to, making England play some false shots, and there's been some false shots played. There's been some dozy batting. There's also been some very, very good bowling.
Jofra Archer is a new batter. It's a Yorker, and Jofra Archer just languidly eases this away for a single. That was homing in on his boot.
Yeah,
missed that, and Tickner would have been on a hat trick.
Yeah, I think the umpire would have been finger ready to fire there, because that was the base of middle stump. And it's all well and good saying this is the way we play, and I'm all for them being aggressive and positive, but there's also having a brain. There's also being smart. And I'm sorry, yes, the wickets had a bit in it. Some people will say it's soft, and they'll be right to say it. Am I saying they're soft? Possibly. But when I look at this is 2 games in a row now where, 135 and 46 out of 223. And then you look in this innings, Harry Brook played well, and then obviously got himself out. Jamie Overton's played well. Joe was unlucky getting a little feather on one down leg side. So there's been some poor dismissals. I think there's been some poor tempo to the innings as well on a wicket which has got a little bit in it. And England are going to get bowled out again with 15 overs to go.
Santner bowling to Jofra Archer, who comes forward, smothers a spin, and pushes it down the track. It's good to see him back, rather than seeing him bowling with a little bit of scoreboard pressure on the New Zealanders. Full delivery and dug out just about by Jofra Archer. Not defensively though, looking like he's trying to push this ball up to extra cover. It's an inside edge back onto his back leg, and that could have rebounded onto the stumps. Checks his shot this time, does Archer. Looks like he's about to shape up to play to the offside, and it's a touch straighter. Straightens. He's adept enough just to check his shot, push it out to the leg side. It comes forward this time, and it's nicely drilled to Nathan Smith at short mid-wicket. Mitchell Santner zipping through this over. It's reminiscent of another slow left armer, plays for India. Slows it down a touch. Jofra Archer holds the pose after unfurling textbook forward defensive shot. Asks the umpire how many balls left in the over. It's just the one. And Santner is in past the umpire, touch flatter. Squares Archer up a touch, who presents the full face of the bat with an angled blade, and it's fielded at point. End of the over. Maiden, and England are 165 for 8.
It's good from Santner, really is. England under so much pressure, losing wickets hand over fist, and just getting through the over very, very quickly. I think I'd be tempted from Santner's end to bring another seamer on. Tickner's gone well. Smith's bowled his fair share. Possibly a couple of overs from Zach Folkes, I think, from Santner's end, and seeing if he can mop this England first innings up for under 180, under 190.
Well, we know how Overton's going to play. Tickner and he have had a little bit of a duel, and he goes big. It's a top edge. Santner settles underneath it. He only has to take a couple of backward steps, and that is the end of Overton's innings. He goes for 42, and England will be bowled out for less than 180 now, you'd think, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Mitch Santner's going to have a decision to make who bowls from the end he's going to bowl from, because this could be the last over of the innings. I think Blair Tickner realised that Jamie Overton was going to play a shot off every ball now. Number 10 has walked out to bat and he just didn't get anywhere near it. He really didn't. He's looking to try and hit it straight. He's got 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. He's trying to hit it flat, batted straight, but unfortunately Blair Tinkner's just dragged his length back a little bit. It sat in the pitch. He spliced it straight up in the air to the New Zealand captain, and I wouldn't say it's been the perfect performance by New Zealand by any stretch of the imagination, but all they've done is they've basically put a ball in the right area, said to England, will you crack under pressure? And England have cracked under pressure. They really have. I don't think New Zealand have done anything out of the ordinary. I don't think they've sort of blown England away like they did at the early part of the first ODI. I think all they've done here is basically say, right, we are going to bowl good lines, good lengths, and we're going to let you make the mistakes. And sometimes this England team make the mistakes kamikaze style, and 1 or 2 England players will want their dismissals back. Excellent from Blair Tinkner. He really has bowled well on his return to this New Zealand side. England are well short here.
Rashid about to face his first delivery. Tinkner's taken 3 wickets, and this is defended by Rashid. Yep, it's poor. There's no 2 ways about it. There's been no real intensity. There's been no real indication outside of the likes of when Joe Root was at the crease. Ben Duckett and Jamie Smith went there for that long. Jacob Bethel, I mean, he shaped up for the 27 balls of his innings and then succumbed first ball after a drinks break, but there's been no permanence really about this England batting, and Rashid would take a single down to 3rd. Gets off the mark. England 166 for 9.
We've had 2 batters face 34 balls. That's the highest ball count. You look in white ball cricket, 34 balls in a 50-over contest is the highest that anyone's faced. You're not getting a big score. You're not getting a match-winning score. You're not even getting an in-game score. And unfortunately for England, there's a few people got in, and there's a few people, more than a few people, got themselves out.
Tinkner 3 for 32 on his return to international colours. This is left alone by Archer. He'll be bowling soon, you feel. Archer and Rashid. If you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2, England asked to bat first. Harry Brook, who usually appears quite nonchalant after he's lost the toss, gives off, exudes the impression that England would win whether they batted or bowled. Short, and Archer's going to get a run here. Kind of eases back and tries to cut this delivery from Tinkner. See, it's a thick inside edge, and it travels through vacant first slip and down towards the boundary where it's fielded for a single. But yeah, he was clearly disappointed not to get first use of this track. But to be honest with you, it zipped around for 2 or 3 overs, but the clouds went. We didn't see anything like what we saw from Zachary Foulkes in the first ODI. He did pick up a wicket, but they'll be very disappointed. Cut away by Rashid, and just be a single, firmly hit. He moves to 2, score 168 for 9. I think it's time to head over to our colleagues in Hamilton. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand international, alongside Daniel McHardy.
Thank you very much, John and Harmy. 168 for the loss of 9. 34 overs have been bowled. And thus far, England have not been able to find the right balance between attack and spending valuable time at the wicket. Bowled out in 35.2 overs in the first game, reaching 223. And that's because one guy got 135 of them. Of course, Harry Brook, who today departed for a sensational catch from Will Young at point. New Zealand's dropped him 10 times on New Zealand soil over the years, but what do they say, catches win matches. New Zealand have fielded well, caught well. Bowled well enough, 168 for the loss of 9. Tickner, quite the return. First one-day international in over 2 years. And has 3 wickets. And the New Zealand captain's pulling all the right strings. He'd love a second himself. He starts from around the wicket, bowling to the right-hander Rashid, who comes forward and defends. I'll just give you the scorecard as Coney demolishes an apple next to me in record time. That apple never stood a chance. Duckett 1, Jamie Smith 13. Root gone down the leg side for 25. At that stage it was 51 for the loss of 3. Bethel caught first ball after drinks. Pulling caught by Folkes. 63 for 4. He was gone for 18. Butler, LBW, good bowling from Smith for 9. Santner. Oh, slog sweep into a gap at mid-wicket. No, there's no gap there because he's actually carried the rope. Very well struck from Rashid. And a 6. Takes England past 170. 174 for the loss of 9. Then Brook gone. Brilliantly caught for 34. Curran played all around a straight one from Braceville. Bowled for 17. Cast also caught into the deep. And now 9 down. So I think another wicket on the way over, Jerry. I can't really analyse that one. Didn't see it. 174 for the loss of 9. What's your perspective on the English batting so far?
Well, they've tried to do exactly what Harry Brooks said, was to attack a bit more, but I just think they've also got to play.
She defends to point no run.
The best sides have always played what's in front of them, the conditions and what's it doing, and does that mean we are a little bit more cautious today because, you know, the ball's doing something or doing a bit more?
Pushed past cover by the right-handed Rashid. Nicely done. Gets a single, goes to 9. 175 for the loss of 9. 35 overs.
I just don't think you can keep going and saying just go harder and harder and harder and attack more and more and more if the conditions are saying, well, if you want to do that you can, but you're going to lose wickets in doing so. You might get to a total that's quite a lot in terms of run rate per over. They might be 6 or 7 runs an over, but if you're only making, you know, 175, you are giving overs to the other side if they wish to use them. And so the run rate then doesn't really matter quite so much. You'll have your days when you score heaps.
Tickner, a bright sunshine now from the city, and bowls very full and driven straight back to the bowler by Rashid, no run.
I've got to say, Tickner's done a decent job, hasn't he? He's into his 8th over now, 3 for 34. I mean, that's a very good return. Yeah, and obviously at the top of his mark, which we were saying before, you know, that we haven't seen before, he clearly uses it to try and get a bit of rhythm to his run-up.
Sweat across the brows, he bowls wider of off-stump, leaning forward, opening the blade, pushing to Williamson, no run.
You can see him as he runs up, running at the same, I mean, when he starts to move, it's the same kind of rhythm that he's actually bouncing up and down before he starts. It's kind of a reminder to him. It's whatever he uses to say, I'm not going to bowl no balls. This is the pace I want to run up when I start to move.
Moves past umpire, black bowl short. He's mixed up his length nicely too. There's a good example. Often when he's gone short, he's gone wider of off-stump Jeremy. And Rashid, like other of his teammates, dragging it to the onside with no power up to Ravindra. Wicket shared across the New Zealand bowlers. Tickner's figures stand out. Not sure New Zealand fans were expecting much from his return. Goes fuller this time, leaning forward and pushing once more to Williamson. Not past the field. 4 dot balls to start the 36th over.
See, I don't think this pitch has done as much in terms of swing and in terms of a bit of nip early on.
Didn't do as much through the year
no.
as it very much did in total, no.
And there are starts there. Overton got out, obviously, while we were walking over here. and caught Santner, so it was obviously either a retreating mid-off position or running in from long off that area of the field.
Very tight in defence for number 11 as he pushes to cover. Another dots, 175 for the loss of 9 it remains. We feel like Duckett got a good one, I have to say. A bowl by Duffy.
Yep.
Smith trying to be aggressive, leading edge. Roots dismissal. That's fortunate for New Zealand.
Very fortunate, yeah. but you know, you sometimes feel bad as you walk off, but you've got the bat actually too far forward and you've exposed the inside edge. So you've got it's outside your pad.
Pulled straight to mid-wicket and caught. Good catch. Bracewell, he's smart in there. It was above his head, he's got 2 hands to it, and he's taken it very, very comfortably. And England are all out. 36 overs. All out in 35.2 overs in match number 1. And they've only extended that by 4 balls. And today they didn't have Harry, belligerent Brook at his very best. And it's a sorry card. Jeremy Coney and New Zealand well and truly on top of the halfway stage.
Yeah, and Tickner gets his 4th, does he, today? So an excellent return for him, for the New Zealanders, and 175 on a surface that, yes, it might not be all that easy. Only 2 extras for New Zealand today, one of which was a bye. And so they've done pretty well in not overstepping. They haven't gone for the wides that they can go to. And so all the bowlers getting a wicket. And Tickner getting 4 and Smith 2. Smith, particularly, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he needed those wickets today, coming in as he normally does after the power play and having to find some way of getting wickets, and he has today. So he'll be delighted as he walks off. We know he's good in the field. He's quick. He's got a strong arm. He catches accurately. And he's done the job. So all the New Zealanders, I think, will feel today on a smallish ground that they've done the job. You know, they've held some good catches. The Brook catch by Young was particularly good, how he protected the catch. Once it was taken in the left hand and he had it, he rolled over onto the right shoulder, so it didn't actually remove the ball from his one hand, the left hand. So good to get the catch. Secondly, he protected it. So that was some good fielding from Young. And so they'll feel if they bat well enough again, then they should win this. They should win this second match as well.
Thoughts of former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT YouTube cricket channel. Let's give you the full scorecard before we take a short break. England lost the toss again. New Zealand sent in. There was a slight delay, 10 minutes, so no overs lost, so still 50 overs aside. And Ben Duckett was the first to go, caught behind off the bowling of Jacob Duffy for just 1. Jamie Smith was caught Williamson off the bowling of Folkes for 13. Joe Root caught by Latham. Leg glance, feathered an edge, gone for 25. Last ball of the 12th over, England were 51 for the loss of 3. Jacob Bethel, first ball after drinks, pulled a ball off the bowling of Nathan Smith straight to Zach Folkes in the deep, gone for 18. Josh Butler was caught crease bound. Good bowling from Nathan Smith as a nip back. Judged LBW, he reviewed, it was upheld, he was gone for 9. 105 for the loss of 6 was the next wicket as Harry Brook taken by Young. A brilliant catch at point, diving away to his left off the bowling of Mitchell Santner. English captain gone for 34. Sam Curran bowled Bracewell for 17. Bryden Cass lasted just 9 balls before he holed out to deep square. Mitchell taking the catch. Tickner had another. Tickner had his 3rd when Jamie Overton skied one to mid-off, the New Zealand captain underneath. Overton 42 off 28 balls. 165 for 9 has turned into 175 all out with Adil Rashid caught by Bracewell at mid-wicket off the bowling of Tickner for 9. Jofra Archer left 2 not out of 9. Just 2 extras. New Zealand oh so disciplined. Just 1 wide in 36 overs bowled. Jacob Duffy, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16, bowling with a new ball. Jack Folks, not as effective as he was at Mount Maunganui. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. The star of the day, though, Blair Tickner. New Zealand called him in after the series started. He wasn't at Mount Maunganui due to Kyle Jamieson's late scratching, and then today news that no Matt Henry ruled out with a calf injury. So New Zealand spearhead not in the lineup, but Blair Tickner in his first one-day international in over 2 years, a brilliant return. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 34. Nathan Smith, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27. Important he got in the wickets column, bit of pressure on him. Mitchell Santner, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. And Michael Bracewell, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. So New Zealand need a modest target to take a 2-0 series lead. That target is just 176. We'll take a short break and then return with the run chase from now a very sunny Hamilton.
The stars come out to talk on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
England, Manchester United superstar Wayne Rooney joins us. What do teammates call you? What does Benty call you?
Benty's a friend, so...
How about Mr. Rooney? The biggest names in the football galaxy.
Alessia Russo joins us live in the studio.
We all can't just walk down to Zara and Tesco's like we could before.
That's not your red Ferrari out there, is it?
Triple A rated opinion.
He's Jack Grealish. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, guys.
I think Pep Shop's a top shop with some of the gear he wears.
No, I don't know if we could pull that up, to be honest. Just me and you, Al.
Massive games, massive names on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT
2. New over begins, edge!
There you go.
Duckett has gone. So Root has 6 and he's got more now. He's going to move up to 10.
What a shot that was.
That's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. What a piece of timing from Jamie Smith. It's gone all the way up to 6. Oh, Jamie Smith has swung across the line here and it's carved it up into the air. Straight to Kane Williamson at backward point.
Spanked away through point from Bethel. Short and wide. Ball down the leg side. Oh, I think he's burgled one. Yes, Joe Root has feathered an edge to strangle down the leg side.
Short delivery, Bethel takes it on. There's a man out there and he's going to take the catch. First ball after the drinks break. How often does this happen?
It's just dozy batting. It really is.
Santner in again and
Driven to backward point and caught. What a catch!
Harry Brook is on his way. Chopped away by Overton. That's a very, very well-timed shot, Santner once again. It's right in the slot. Overton's gone for it and he's hit it very cleanly. So smashed by Overton. It was an ugly-looking shot, but he's got 4.
Oh, what a ripper from Michael Bracewell. Well, England in disarray here. And he goes big. It's a top edge. Santner settles underneath it. And that is the end of Overton's innings.
Oh, slog sweep into a gap at mid-wicket. No, there's no gap there because he's actually carried the rope. Pulled straight to mid-wicket and caught. And England are all out. 36 overs. New Zealand need a modest target. Take a 2-0 series lead. That target is just 176.
So that's how the first innings sounded on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT and Talk, and also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You are listening to live commentary of the second ODI between New Zealand and England at Seddon Park in Hamilton. We'll be back for the chase shortly, but for now, time to play you an interview from Hawksbee and Jacobs. Phil Tufnell joined the boys yesterday, Paul and Andy, to discuss his new book about the Ashes.
It's like a love letter to the Ashes. You know, it's not just the guys who have been playing it and the heroes and the individuals, but all that sort of like wrapped up in the Ashes, because it really is something a little bit special. The Ashes. When I was first selected to play the Ashes, the guys were saying, "Well, just it is a bit different." Yeah. And I thought, well, it's just playing cricket, but you sort of take on all the layers of Australia.
Yes.
It's not just playing the Australians, it's the bloke at the door that lets you into the hotel, it's the bloke at customs. He was the first bloke who sledged me, actually. Was the bloke who checks your boots. You land, you go into this place in customs and you make sure that the boots haven't got any mud in it because you don't want to bring any diseases or anything like that. Checked them, no, that's very good, Mr. Tufnell, you're free to go. Anyway, good luck, you pommy so-and-so.
Right.
And I've gone, hold on a minute, I think that's my first sledge. Yeah. So, just all things about the Ashes, and they say coming up as well. So
your debut was at the MCG. Your test debut. So your first game, your first test for England was the MC. 90,000 people screaming at you.
Might have been a few more.
Yeah,
about 100,000. Yeah, I don't think they'd allow that now. Like a duty of care to a young 21-year-old. But I got the nod for that. And, amazing. I mean, just an amazing experience. Can't really remember the first couple of deliveries. Just sort of went on a bit of autopilot and then got into it. But, it's just what an experience, what a debut. And then, I got naught for. I got naught for, naught not out, and naught out, which the boys very kindly christened an Audi. After the
Oh dear.
Yeah, so I didn't trouble the scorer once, but then thankfully went on to Sydney and got a fifer.
Yes.
So just an amazing experience, and it's just everything around. Yeah, in fact, my cricketing hero, actually, I'm afraid, a little bit of a dirty secret, was an Australian.
Oh.
Yeah, Dennis Lilly.
Oh.
Dennis Lilly, yeah, with the hair and the tash and the medallion and what have you.
Yeah.
Great action.
Yeah, I mean, and the Lillian Thompson.
Yeah.
When I was a young boy sitting at home watching it on the telly, that. And they seem to be having a bit more fun than our guys, do you know what I mean? You used to see them with a beer after the game when our guys were a bit stuffy, but so that really sort of like pricked me interest in cricket. And I know my dad, funny actually, Dennis Lilly, my dad had a few friends that looked like Dennis Lilly.
Yeah. The tash.
And they all used
very
to
70s tash.
Yeah, and they all used to sort of drive Triumph Stags.
Yeah.
And be called Ron. You know what I mean? Yeah. He had a few Dennis.
I remember during the Lord's Test, I seeing him it's the only time I've ever been to Tramp's nightclub. It was quite trendy.
Okay, really?
He was in there dancing up a
Phil had a season ticket.
Well, there you go. No, he was an exciting sort of player, and he looked like my kind of chap, Dennis.
Yeah.
The amazing thing is, if you've got access to YouTube now, but if you love your cricket, There's so much stuff on there, including yourself. Do you ever go on there and watch yourself bowling and all that?
Well, not as a rule. No, I mean occasionally.
I'd be tempted.
No, well, yeah. I mean, I perhaps see myself getting the odd wicket or two, but not when they used to get 600 for 3. Or something. I don't
there was one in Sydney in '95, wasn't it? You 656. You had a good one. Is that right?
No, Sydney. Yeah, I think it was a little bit less than 650. I think it was 6 for something or other. It might have been the match figures.
Right, match figures, yeah.
Match figures, yeah. So that was my first five. We got close to winning there. Yeah, but I mean, it was the weather. You know, everything. It was the weather. Everything seemed bright. You know, everyone was in singlets and everything was yellow and blue and the sky was blue. It was just such a sort of appealing sight to me, touring Australia. And the stadiums were fantastic.
Yeah.
You know,
the scale of them there are so different to what we used to here.
Absolutely. And everyone seems to be having a right. You know, it's very loud in Australia. You know, you go to Lord's and it's all jolly good shot and everything. But Australia, it just sort of overcame me with brightness and fun. You know what I mean? I can't wait to be going back there for this.
I just remembered this. We played in a charity match. Do you remember when your son played?
I apologise about.
He bowled him.
He bowled my son's coming in with this. Yeah, well, he wasn't a bad bowler at the sort of. He was only about 12.
I know.
So listen, a wicket's a wicket, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and
I do apologise.
We had to say to him, he did play for England. You know what I mean?
I wasn't sure whether Cat bowled him or I think he sort of looped it up to Nick Hancock. So he was bowled tough and caught Hancock. I think. Yeah. That's what happened. There's some. You talk about the players you loved, but obviously you knew a lot of these guys. You talk about Merv and the late great Shane Warne and others, all socially. So there's a few war stories off the field in the book as well.
No, absolutely. As you say, and the pig gets a mention. Do you remember the pig?
Oh, yes.
With what was it, Eddie and Gat written on it, or Beefy and Gat?
Yeah, Beefy and Gat, I think it was.
Beefy and Gat written on it. Yeah, so he gets a mention. Some of the umpires.
You got slapped on the head once with a beef and onion pie, didn't you?
Walking out of the MCG through the members. I was walking out through the members, and got one of their famous pies.
Yeah.
You know, walking down.
About Lords a couple of years ago.
It usually had a bit of sauce on it as well, yeah.
And they slapped you right on the back.
Slapped it on the back of my head as I walked out.
You should have done a Mickey Quinn, had a bite out of it. Yeah, that's it.
A helmet.
I loved it over there. It is a little bit special. It's just the whole thing about it is a little bit special. From the country, the beaches are in there.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're going over there as a youngster, as I did, you know, it really did open my eyes to what the Ashes meant, you know.
What about the sledging then, Phil? What's it like when you're out there? And can you hear everything, or do you have to try and block it out? Or do you take it on now and again, have a bit back?
Well, yeah, I mean, I used to quite enjoy it, you know. I mean, there you go. Gucci, my first test... you know, very, very nervous at the MCG. Where did he say for me to go and field? In front of Bay 13. I just went, are you sure? You know, Bay 13 was his place at the MCG, which was renowned for getting stuck into the opposition. And that's where he decided to go and make me field for my first run out for England. But crikey, you got a lot of stick. A lot of it was friendly banter, you know, and I enjoyed it because when you did manage to get one of them out, you could go back and give them a little bit.
Yeah.
You mentioned Beefy there, and we were speaking to him on the show last week.
Oh, right. And, how is he? All right.
He's fine. Yeah,
he's not happy about the lack of preparation. And,
well,
not enough warm-up games.
I mean, I don't know what you did in your day, whether you had...
Well, we was over there for months. we used to go there for about 3.5, 4 months, which perhaps was too long.
Yeah.
I mean, we were sort of bringing cricket to the nation. We were ambassadors for our sport.
Of course.
We'd go up country and we'd go up the Northern Territories. I think we played one at Alice Springs, and we would have played, you know, the President's 11. We would have played New South Wales, Adelaide, and all their Shield games. Perhaps that was a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But
you felt ready, did you, I guess, because you were used to the
wicket. If anything, a little stale.
Yeah. So somewhere in between one 3-day game against your own mates versus all that.
Well, it's at Lilac Hill as well, which we always used to play the President's 11 at Lilac Hill, and I think Dennis bowled us out there, and I think it was about 65. But it doesn't yeah. Doug Walter's got 70. You know what I mean? They've got all the old boys. Yeah.
Wow, like a showbiz team.
Yeah, it was, and they turned us over. But it is your first game. But the one thing that I am slightly worried about, and I make Sir Ian right there, is that it doesn't bounce above shin high at Lilac Hill. And then where's your first game?
Yeah.
The whacker, which is going to be going through chest high. So the boys have got to get accustomed quickly. And also, their pitches have changed a little bit in Australia now. They're a little bit juicier. There's a little bit of sideways movement for the seamers as well.
Likes that.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But, Archer and War.
Well, yes.
Wood.
Yeah. Ward, who's he?
And we've been speaking of Harmy, and from what Harmy tells us, Mark Wood's in good nick. He's feeling fit and he's feeling ready. But it's keeping those two, especially those two boys, fit, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They won't be able to play all five.
No.
So, it's how they're going to sort of rotate them and what have you. But, I mean, if it was down to me, I'd play them until they drop. Play
try
them
and get ahead.
Yeah, try and get ahead.
I think the thing with Stokes as well is, he just wants to do everything. You can't blame him, and he's so fantastic at it.
Yeah, he is.
Can he last the 5 tests is a big question. We hope he can.
Yeah, well...
Apparently he's very fit at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, and England's best bowler this summer.
He was great in the summer.
He was fantastic. He was head and shoulders better than the boy.
Good series, that one.
Oh, amazing series. Disappointing not just to get across the line at the Oval. Should have done that.
That Monday morning was something else.
What was it?
I think the whole nation was gripped to that.
What do they need? 30 with 5 wickets.
Yeah.
That would have been a lovely little confidence booster then going to Australia.
Yeah.
But I don't think these guys, they're not like, that would have scarred me for the rest of my career. I'd have still been scarred from that. But these guys, these Bazballers, I know that we don't like to call them that, but these guys nowadays, they just go, right, okay, and off we go. And you just get the feeling now that all these sort of little bits and pieces of the jigsaw, under Stokes and McCullum, it's kind of what this has all been leading up to, this Ashes series, and they've kind of put them all in lovely. And it's a strange place to be, but I'm feeling mildly confident.
It's amazing. The Australian players, you've had Gilchrist talking about, there's no such thing as Bazball. It's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
McGrath with his usual
Warner's said the same thing about Bazball.
Go. They bring out the big guns to try and sort of undermine, but I don't think that will work really.
No. I mean, the guys are going to go over. If those first couple of Test matches are going to be crucial, I mean, we were talking about it the other day. Pat Cummins injured and what have you, which it's a shame. You want Pat to be playing, but and then they're all talking about Boland being the weak link, and
not
what
in
have
Australia.
He averages 12 in Australia.
Yeah, not in Australia. He's a good bowler, that guy.
There's all this lovely chat.
He's on you the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did deal with him the last 2 Test matches he played.
Yeah. And Ashes, we always do kind of think of the greats, and certainly players like Shane Warne around the Ashes, not just for what he did on the field, but afterwards as a pundit and on TV. Yeah. He was a great guy, and I'm sure you had a fair few nights out, a few socials with him over the years.
Yes, he was a great guy, absolute showman, often on the pitch, huge belief in his own ability. It's amazing when you rub shoulders with the real sporting greats, is that they just, the one thing that you pick from them is that they never come off of a field and say, oh, was I all right? You know what I mean? They just know, they have this ability and this belief in their ability. It's the same when I first started playing with Beefy. I only played with him in the 92 World Cup and, about 10 Test matches right at the end of his career. But, I mean, he just walked into the dressing room when we was having a bit of a dodgy time, and I could imagine it's the same with Shane, and it was just like, listen, give me the ball. Listen, I'll go and get you 100. It's this absolute clarity of what they're going to do. Doesn't matter who else is. We were all worried about Merv Hughes. Don't worry about them. They're worrying about me. So, it's great when you come across
there are
those
some
guys.
amazing videos of him after he finished playing, of him just going through his repertoire.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well,
isn't it?
I played in the game, the ball of the century.
Oh, of course.
Yes,
he got Gat out. Yeah.
Yes, amazing. I can remember we bowled first, bowled quite nicely. I think I got 2 for. Bowled them out for about 300. I think Mark Moore caught and bowled, well bowled Phil. And a little one, I think Mark Taylor or something, caught short leg. And then we're all having a shower. And up on in Old Trafford, we didn't have any, there was just a little portable telly on the wall,
Yeah.
and we hadn't got any DVDs or any analysis on this guy, and so we're all sitting there.
Had you had a bit of a buzz about him? Nobody really talked about him at
He
all.
didn't have a great start to his career.
No.
Shane Warne, I think he got smacked around by Sri Lanka and India for a couple of Test matches, so didn't really come up in the team meeting. And I can remember someone saying, lads, better have a look at this bloke. This bloke's coming on to bowl. We've all gathered round the telly, and he's sort of gone, he won't be any good. He's a leggy. He'll give us a couple of short ones. He won't be very accurate. So we're all sitting there having a chat, and he's come up, and you must remember, this was his first ball in Ashes. He's never played in Ashes. So in essence, it was a loosener.
Gat's face. It's a picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's absolutely
And he's
brilliant.
bowled this ball, and it's just stunned silence as we've all just gone, oh, blimey. We're having a look at this. And then about 2 minutes later, after this stunned silence, Robin Smith has sort of like sidled up to me and gone, Tuffers, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? And I've gone, oh, no, I'm going to have to, be up against this guy for the rest of my career. But absolute showman. Great sort of warmth as well, would talk to anyone, would talk to the kids, would give his
advice.
time, give his time to the opposition as well. Great man.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to our live commentary of England's ODI series against New Zealand. The second game coming to you from Seddon Park in Hamilton. And we're at the halfway stage, not in terms of overs bowled, but in terms of the fact that England have been dismissed for 175. They've had their dinner break, tea break, whatever it was, and a little bit early, probably more of an afternoon tea, with England having been dismissed in just 36 overs for 175. An abject performance, really, with the bat by England. Top score of 34 from, Harry Brook made 34. Top score from Jamie Overton, 42. Blair Tickner, a wonderful story, recalled to the national team after 2 years out, a traumatic 2 years for him and his family, returning with 4 for 34. And frankly, England played a succession of poorly selected shots and just didn't look up for the hard work that is required to play 50 over cricket. Alongside me, Darren Gough and Surrey all-rounder Cameron Steele. They're going to have to bowl very well, England, to defend this on what looks to be a good flat pitch.
New Zealand played terrible. So there is two ways to look at it. But yeah, England have to bowl well. Disappointing to watch that, it really was. And we talk about 50 overs. If you're going to be successful over a period of time, consistency has got to be a part of your game plan. I think we've got into a state of mind now, and it's the messages that are sending across. We want to play the same way as we do in T20 in 50 overs. You're never going to get consistency in a 50 over game trying to play like that. There'll be games where you'll get 400, 450 and everybody will talk about it for weeks. But realistically, you've got to have a game plan and be consistent with that game plan. I don't think you can play like you do in a T20 game for 50 overs. Impossible.
Cameron Steele, it's you just don't want to be seen hitting long hops down the throat of deep square leg, really, do you? I mean, it's, you know, you need to be better than that. Jofra Archer is bowling the first over, and that's quick delivery, short and wide, however. A cut shot from Will Young is a fresh air shot, and it goes through to keeper Joss Butler. Just you poor shot selection, really. I mean, yes, you get a long hop and you're going to pull it, but can't be pulling it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think it's just disappointing. A lot of the guys will be disappointed with the ways they've got out, and especially with, I mean, you keep talking about the Ashes coming up as well. I think with the short ball, there's going to be a lot of it through the winter, so I think a few of the guys will be, a little bit disappointed.
Here's Jofra Archer again, full and wide outside the off stump this time, and it's left alone by Will Young. And that's okay. It's 50 over cricket. You can leave the ball alone.
Look, it's obvious. We've only had 2 balls from Jofra Archer, and it's obvious that with the new ball, there's definitely a little bit in this pitch. We saw it when New Zealand bowled from Duffy. He was fantastic with the new ball, and we've seen 2 balls already. One's seamed away, one's nipped back. There's a little bit there with the new ball. So you have to be watchful. You have to build an innings, and then you can attack when you get a good platform. We just kept trying to attack and throwing wickets away and do consistent and lose it.
Oh, that's a beauty from Archer. That's an absolute ripper. Quick, back of a length, nip back, past the inside edge, straight over the top of middle stump.
Yeah, bingo, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Nip back at the seam, those big seams on the white ball. Real good rhythm from Jofra Archer. Nip back, for a good yard. I tell you what, he's done well not to nick that. Beautiful delivery.
That's an absolute jaffer. It's too good from Jofra Archer, who went through the motions of an appeal, as you would you bowl a ball that good. And there's nothing Will Young could do. He's just got a phlegmatic smile on his face. He knows that that's too good for him. Here's Archer in once more. And that's LBW, absolutely plumb. It was full and straight, I reckon, hitting halfway up middle. It was absolutely plumb. Will Young is walking to have a chat to Ravindra now, and Ravindra is just giving him short shrift to keep walking, mate.
Yeah, a bit too quick for him, that, wasn't it? Well bowled, actually. 3 back of a length deliveries. First one, full and straight, seam up, nip back slightly, hit him on the back leg, guess what? Knock him middle out. Fantastic delivery. Good start for Jofra Archer, and what hopefully is going to be a successful winter. Go on, Jofra, lad.
Yeah, we saw in the first inning, Zach Folkes got lots of swing back in, and Archer's just done the same there to remove Will Young. He's on high pace, high skill. Good to see, isn't it, Goffy?
Absolutely, and we're all excited. We just want him to stay fit. He's back in for the white ball. He's had a little bit of an extended break. Straight back into action. 3 days over in New Zealand and he's back playing. So let's see how he goes. But it's definitely not a bad start. 3 dot balls and a wicket.
Would you say it's easier for a bowler to get into things than it is for a batter?
Yeah, possibly. I think so. It depends as well what sort of bowler you are. If you're a rhythm bowler, you need a little bit more time. I think if you look at the ball, someone like Jimmy can just rock up and bowl. I think Brodie's someone who had to bowl over a period of time to get the best out of him. But I think Jofra just looks like one of them guys. He's got natural rhythm. He runs in and bowls. He's so smooth, good action. He's got a good zip through, and like I say, as long as he's done his fitness training, it looks like he's straight back into the action.
Looks fit, doesn't he? Oh, he's shredded at the moment.
Absolutely. Living in Barbados, eating fish for a living, he's never going to be overweight, is he?
Walking the dogs on the beach. Archer in to Kane Williamson. Well, he survived the first ball, which is not something that he did in the first game. Kane Williamson. Change of life priorities for him as well. 3 young children. He's still very keen to play for his country, and his country wants him to play for them. But he's not going to play every game. He's had an extended time away from the game, Kane Williamson. But he's making that transition from the world of cricket into the real world. And he's being allowed to do it gently at his own pace. Here is Archer. Oh, there's another appeal for leg before wicket and not out this time, says umpire Corey Black. Archer nonplussed as to why that one wasn't out as well, but I think it was he's on his knees at the moment, on his hands and knees. He's tumbled over. No injury worries. I think there'll be a few people in the England hierarchy who will be uncomfortable, to say the least, any time they see Jofra Archer on his hands and knees having bowled a ball. But
they're having a look, I think.
They haven't reviewed it, have they?
Director.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, they
Last
have.
minute.
He went late. Right on the last button.
I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery.
Did it not look high to you?
It did look high first, but look, we never know until we see it in slow motion. But again, good length, good line, seam up.
Ooh, it's a lot closer than I
thought.
thought.
To confirm all threats, please.
Bit high.
Is it? Yeah, we might be clipping the top of off. Did it hit him outside the line?
Yeah, keep rolling nice and slow.
It might have just. It could be just outside the line.
Between ball and bat. Roll up to the pad, please.
Too high. All right. Well, we don't know yet, but it
satisfied, no bat involved.
Too high.
Go for ball tracking when ready, please.
The voice you can hear is that of Ahsan Raza, the
ball
third
tracking
umpire
is coming
from
up. Original decision
Pakistan.
not out.
And it is just passing over the top of off stump. I mean, a very fine delivery once again from Jofra Archer. High pace, 90 miles an hour, there or thereabouts, and nipping back. Far too good for Kane Williamson early on, but too good for the stumps as well. 1 over gone, an eventful one. New Zealand 0 for 1.
I missed a big opportunity just then. We all did. Will Young went to Rachin Ravindra, and we should have said, Ravindra said, "You got to leave right now."
You know Will Young sang that, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Very good. Very, very good. Bryden Cars back, back into the attack. He's bowling his first over. He bowled very well. 3 wickets early on in his first spell in the first game 3 days ago. Full delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Rachin Ravindra.
It's been quite impressive actually, Bryden Cass, in this white ball series. And I had him to play the first test match, by the way. I know just round the corner now, the Ashes. And a few people came back at me and said that Atkinson plays before him. I'm not sure for the balance of the team in that first test. I think Atkinson comes in for the day-night test, but I think in that first test, it won't bother me which one plays, because I think Wood and Archer is my preference, and Stokes, and then one of Cass and Atkinson. But I think Cass has bowled well.
Full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. You know, there's nothing wrong. If you go out for dinner, if you're on the west coast of America and there's a restaurant that's absolutely famous for its sea bass, and you go and you've been looking forward to the sea bass for a long time, and it's got a great reputation, but you start off with a few prawns as a starter. It's okay still to talk about the sea bass that's coming up. It's okay.
Yeah.
We shouldn't apologise for talking about the Ashes. That's what we're talking about in Australia as well. Ravindra pushes this one straight back to the bowler. I mean,
well, this is our warm-ups. This is the warm-up. I mean, we're not having a first-class game.
India are the warm-ups in Australia. You know, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, and
correct.
They're playing T20s now. I mean, that's also prawn cocktail. And they're also talking about the Ashes. It's okay, and you know, I mean, the result of this series looks like it'll be disappointing for England, but it's not really the point. Yes, it's the here and now. It's a series. It's one-day cricket. That one is chopped away by Ravindra to Ben Duckett at cover, and there's no run. But we shouldn't be apologising for the fact that the sea bass is only 2.5 weeks away now.
I'm definitely not apologising because I'm excited for what's coming ahead, and we've got to talk about it because we've just seen Archer bowl his first over for a few months, and I'm pretty impressed with it, and I'm sure Australia are watching it.
They will be. They certainly will be. Prime time at the moment. And when's the first T20 between India and Australia? That's sometime sooner. It's today, actually. That's right. Bryden Carse in once again. Ravindra pushes it out towards Duckett at extra cover. Is that game started? Our producer Scott is watching that. It hasn't started yet, apparently. It starts in 2 or 3 hours' time. First over, second over about to be completed from Bryden Carse, and he's also looking very good. Did you say you got Carse in your starting 11 for Perth?
Yeah. Okay. Just for Perth.
Not Wood and Archer then?
Yeah, I've got Wood, Archer, Carson, Stokes. They're my 4 seamers.
Not Atkinson. Okay.
Atkinson comes in for the day-night test for me, but I could easily see Atkinson playing instead of Carson as well. Either one of them two.
Here is Bryden Carse, and it's clipped away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Adil Rashid, and there's no run. 2 very impressive overs from Jofra Archer and Bryden Carse. New Zealand are 1 for 1. Cameron Steele's alongside us, the Surrey all-rounder, knows Gus Atkinson rather well, which doesn't necessarily mean that you would have him in your starting lineup for Perth.
I'm biased, so I would have him in my starting lineup, but I also know Bryden Carse quite well from my days at Durham. I don't know for the football fans out there if, as a Sunderland fan, Bryden Carse, if you're allowed to have "You'll Never Walk Alone" tattooed on your arm, or what people think of that. That is true.
As a Sunderland fan?
He is a Sunderland fan with "You'll Never Walk Alone" on his forearm.
Oh.
Although it is hidden a little bit now by a substantial sleeve.
Well, he comes from the Eastern Cape of South Africa, so perhaps he got his football clubs mixed up when he got the tattoo. It's Jofra Archer, and gee, what a start. He just absolutely looked unplayable is an overused term, but there were at least 3 of the first 6 balls were unplayable. Too quick, too much movement. Oh, not that one. Down the leg side to the left-handed Ravindra, who has a little flick at it and makes no contact.
Well, that's why it's good left-right combination, isn't it? It's why some coaches are obsessed with it. Always go left-right. Andy Flower's one of those, and he's got a great record with white ball cricket and Test cricket, by the way. Andy Flower. He really goes for the right-left, doesn't he, all the way through.
He's won more titles with more teams than anyone else in the franchise era.
He's the best coach out there. Absolutely, not even a competition.
Here is Jofra Archer again, and it's pushed out towards backward point, straight to backward point, and there's no run. I've known Andy Flower for a very, very long time. I was at Zimbabwe's first ever Test match, and so that's how long I've known Andy Flower. This Goughy will know what I'm talking about. Cameron Steele might not know. Little test, see, but Andy Flower was the first person I ever met who carried a Filofax. Do you remember them?
Of course, I remember them. Everybody had a file-off act.
I'd never seen one before. I was very impressed. But that's Andy Flower, and that's Andy Flower as a 22-year-old. First delivery outside the off, or next delivery, sorry, outside the off stump and left alone by Ravindra.
He loves a paper and pen, though.
Yes, he does.
He's very thorough, loves a meeting. He's old school. He's very disciplined, as you would imagine.
Less so these days.
He's very disciplined. He loves a team meeting, and he researches everything. He's thorough. He's big on discipline, and he has a temper. But as a coach, he gets the job done. He knows exactly what he's doing. His plans are spot on.
Old school works, doesn't it?
Sure.
Oh, it's a beauty again from Archer. A little bit of natural angle across the left-hander, but also seam movement. Ravindra nowhere near it.
Well, you could say old school does work. Look at Surrey, Alex Stewart. He's definitely old school, right? He's
Bats.
Loves the game, very thorough, loves a meeting, right, and all that. Andy Flower, exactly the same, old school, right? Wins trophies, so it does work without a doubt.
Gareth Bassey, old school as well.
Oh, that's definitely old school in the that's why he's got the job. That's why Stewie give him the job.
Which was why a few eyebrows were raised when Harry Brook said, when he was appointed ODI captain, he was asked about team meeting and he said overrated. We're not going to be bothering with them. Short and wide outside the off stump and cut away through extra cover, and it is chased by Harry Brook, and they'll go through for 2 more runs. It didn't time that, didn't Ravindra, but he will pick up 2, and New Zealand are 4 for 1. They need 176 to win.
Speaking of old school, what do you think of warm-up games for Ashes series, and how did you go?
Well, we were always knackered.
We played 5.
We played 4 or 5. And then they always put us in Tasmania when it was snow on the mountains before we got to, then went to Brisbane where we could hardly breathe before the first test. They knew exactly what they were doing with us, and that's why it was all changed for the better. But I still believe they should have a couple of first-class matches.
Here is Archer again, and he's bowling quickly at the moment. I mean, just to the naked eye, he's bowling quick. Ravindra plays that one away defensively. Isn't it interesting? I mean, I remember, for years and years, every time England went to Australia, you'd be going, look at this itinerary. I can't believe they're doing this to us. And yet, England just always said, all right, then, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do.
I mean, I think 2. You could have 2. But we remember.
Why did they agree?
We've got 16 and 18. We've got 18 players on the A tour as well, mate. They're all there. So we've got 34 players to choose between. It's not like the old days where we sent a squad of 14 out and then we had to send somebody from Australia to get out there. We've got 34 players out there.
Here's Archer again, bowls. Ravindra drives, beautiful, elegant looking shot. Made no contact with the ball, but it's still pleasing to the eye, but it just was too quick and moved away from him. 3 overs gone, 2 beauties from Jofra Archer. He's got rid of Will Young for a 4-ball duck, and New Zealand, 4 for 1, needing 176 for victory. Times have changed. There's no way that England would be... in fact, they're not even presented with an itinerary these days, teams, are they? I mean, it used to be like, here's your itinerary, is that okay? And you could be, oh, okay.
What did Australia do when they came over to England for the Ashes? Did they have one?
Well, they've played 14 county games, haven't they?
No, but what did they do the last tour there? I think they played a couple of games, didn't they?
I'm not sure, that just the one, I think. Here's Bryden Carson, this time moves it away from Kane Williamson. Gee.
They play an England A team. That was one. And I thought they had another one. Worcester, they normally do Worcester, don't they?
I think Australia took a leaf out of England's preparation book and went on a golfing tour to Scotland, didn't they?
Well, I suppose the difference with Australia is most of their players are playing county cricket before the Ashes, whereas none of England's guys get to play in the Shield.
Good point. We give them all a deal, didn't we?
That's
about 4 of them.
They don't need to play warm-up games because they're all playing county cricket. On back foot now, Williamson forces it off the back foot, as I say, through backward point, and they'll go through for 2. Just enough width there for Williamson. I mean, the counties they're unapologetic about it. And, a lot of people, it happens every year, doesn't it? Every time the Australians come over, people are saying, why are we employing them? Why are all the counties...
We shouldn't do it in Ashes year, though. I think that's the only time they want to come in an Ashes year, to get a bit of a warm-up before it. So
there's a few exceptions. Marnus has...
Marnus has found his home there, and in Glamorgan.
Short pull shot from Williamson. He's through it a little bit too early, if anything, I think, and it hit him on the thigh pad. Bounces out on the onside. No run. Very encouraging start. Oh, it didn't hit him on the thigh pad, it hit him on the grill.
Straight in there as well.
Thought it made a funny noise.
Impressive start again from Gough. He's hit Williamson hard there, but his first ball this over was very similar to the ball he got Williamson out in the first ODI.
He does that, doesn't he, when you get hit on the grill? It's horrible. I mean, I got Gillespie at me once in a test match. I tried to hook it. Exactly the same as that, and it hit me on the jaw there. Through the grill. It's the grill then. It's the grill that hits the jaw, isn't it? It's not the ball. I'll tell you what, it doesn't half hurt.
Concussion didn't exist in those days, though, did it?
No, I just
it did.
I had a glass of water.
It did, but
yeah, I had a glass of water and just saw two balls coming down. I didn't last there any long after, so it were all right. Got my pole knocked out. I had to lay down and went out and bowled 25 overs.
Concussion sub wasn't on the horizon, was it? Here's Bryden Gough once again, and up onto his toes goes Williamson. He's all right, no problem there. Pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Sam Curran fields, and they're through for a single. Just a reminder that England were put into bat, and were quickly sent on their way. 175 all out in 36 overs. An excellent bowling performance from New Zealand, which, by the by, saw them concede just 2 extras, 1 wide and a bye.
They got a few away with a few, by the way.
Yeah, well, no, they did.
Down the leg side. They got away with at least 4 or 5 of them.
Here is Bryden Gough, and it's punched off the back foot by Ravindra out towards mid-off. I know that there's no run at the end. Is that the end of the over? No, 1 left of the 4th over. I just think that the extras column is indicative of how disciplined and how good a bowling performance is. And I'm not talking about, sometimes there can be a load of leg buys depending on who's bowling, what style, and the batting. But so I'm not talking about that. But just wides and just slightly less degree no balls. Here is Bryden Gough, full and wide, just outside the off stump. Nice leave from Rachin Ravindra with the ball angling across him. It is 4 overs gone now. New Zealand 7 for 1. Cautious start from them against 2 new Kookaburra balls. But it's the extra balls that, I mean, it is possible to analyse, how many runs are scored off the extra ball, but it's not a precise science. And I just think that often an extras total, even sort of 10 or 12, can make a big difference. It's not just those 10 runs. It can sometimes be 25. And I think that if a bowling unit is functioning well and not bowling extra deliveries, it's a sign that they're working well together, disciplined, not making life easy for the batsman. No free deliveries, no easy runs. Oh, here's Archer again, and another absolute beauty to Williamson. Nips back, hits him somewhere. He's looking very uncomfortable. I got the last one wrong. It hit him in the grill, but I think did that hit him on the forearm maybe, or in the midriff?
I don't know, but he'd be thinking, what have I come back for this series for? Have another couple of weeks off. Pitches have been quite helpful, haven't they, in this white ball series with the rain that's been about in New Zealand?
We were saying though, it did look as though it flattened out in the second half of England's innings.
There's Archer again, and that's steered away towards backward point. Jacob Bethel does the fielding. Or is that just the white Kookaburras get soft quite quickly, do they?
Yeah, I think that's why they have the 2 new Kookaburras now, 1 from either end. But it's a bit like an old-fashioned 50-over game. It looks as though it's new ball, do a bit, and then just flatten out later. I know it's almost like a joke that people use now, but it looks it looks as though New Zealand openers are trying to just get through this new ball. Archer and Cast in good rhythms, and then capitalise later.
Here's Archer once again, bangs it in short, turned away by Williamson out towards mid-wicket. Rashid fields. Williamson 3 off 10 balls, Rachin Ravindra 3 off 13 balls. But this is the graft. This is the hard work that 50-over cricket requires.
Well, Williamson's done this for years, hasn't he? He's been the heartbeat of their side. His job is to try and bat through, right? And if he gets 70 not out, they're going to win the game. Simple.
Root and Overton at first and second slip, and I think that's Duckett at leg slip for Jofra Archer. So the 3 catches either side of keeper Joss Butler as Archer is in again. Williamson onto the back foot, playing defensively, back of a length, bowling at very good pace. Jofra Archer you tend to forget how, because during the injury years, there's a song in there, isn't there? But during the injury years, I think people sort of tend to forget just how delicious a prospect it is watching him at his best, and how good he is and was at his best. And I'm very concerned that I might be tempting fate, but it is very early stages. It's just it's a white ball, but that's Williamson leaping up onto the back foot. He's played that off his thigh in mid-air. That's how quick that was from Jofra Archer, and he's nudged it down to fine leg, and he's sucking his breath through clenched teeth now, Jofra Archer, as if to say he's enjoying it as much as we are watching it.
Bowling's hard, he's saying to himself. I think what would have been interesting today would have been to see Matt Henry with the new ball as well. He obviously missed out with a calf injury, but he was so good in that first ODI. Potentially the pick of the bowlers as well as Zach Folkes. So it would have been interesting to see what he would have got out of the overhead conditions here and the pitch.
Last ball of Jofra Archer's third over coming up, and we've got 3 slips now. 3 slips and a gully for Rachin Ravindra. He's proper all-out attack, and understandably and rightly, as Archer bangs it in short, looking to angle it across Ravindra. He has to play at it and does so, manages to push it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. England 175 all out, top score of 42 from Jamie Overton, and Harry Brook made a run of all 34, but a succession of injudicious and inappropriate shots from England really just never got going. And Jamie Overton's innings was in recovery. I mean, England were 81 for 5, 105 for 6. So he just lost wickets on a regular basis. Blair Tickner, on his return to the New Zealand team, took 4 for 34, and there were wickets as well. A couple for Nathan Smith. Here's Bryden Cast continuing. That's a good one. Outside the off stump, beats the outside edge of Kane Williamson's bat, unless he was tucking it inside the line. Jacob Duffy 1 for 16 from 6 overs was outstanding with his new ball. Zachary Fuchs 1 for 33. Nathan Smith 2 for 27, and a wicket apiece for the spinners, Mitchell Santner and Michael Bracewell. Absolute beauty from Bracewell, by the way, to get rid of Sam Curran. Turned it sharply. Joe Root made 25, was caught down the leg side. One of the few who was not to be blamed, or not to blame himself for his dismissal. This time driven by Williamson, straight to backward point Bethel Fields. But it was under par from England.
I think so. I think it was under par, but again, we play one way and we want to get that 350 to 420 every single time we go out there, and sometimes you have to assess the conditions. It's done a bit with the new ball. Both innings, it's no stranger now England getting little bit out of it with the new ball, but New Zealand are trying to go at it slightly different game plan. They're being watchful, they're waiting for a bad ball, and they're trying to develop a partnership.
Bryden Cast in once again. Williamson defends, and there's no run. Talking of build-ups and preparation for Ashes series, I think it's brilliant what England have done, forming a base camp for the expedition up Everest in New Zealand, out of the Australian media. You know, they've had it's difficult to know. I mean, like Gus Atkinson's been in New Zealand. He's not in either squad. He's been there for about a week and a half.
I've not seen him. I've not seen Mark Wood yet.
He's not.
Seen a picture of Mark Wood.
They're not in either of the white ball squads, but they're in New Zealand. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside. Nice looking shot from Kane Williamson. Lovely timing. Nobody on that cover boundary. Archer couldn't get round in time from the third man boundary. So boundary to Kane Williamson. Lovely, lovely shot. It's got to be about 30 of them out there at the moment with the support staff, maybe more.
Well, the wine tour,
commissioned a whole hotel.
Bit of golf and just getting. It's actually just getting a bit of bowling, isn't it? And get the spikes on, getting out on the grass and bowling through and bowling. Well, net bowlers basically for a week. That's what they are. Yeah.
There is Cast once again, and Williamson once more on the back foot, punching it square of the wicket on the offside as far as Duckett. It's clever, isn't it? I like the idea of all sort of gathering together. I mean, this whole thing of spending 3 weeks in Australia before the first test, I think you must be sort of worn down by the photographers and the media and the attention.
Yeah, we know. We know what the Australian media are like. It is their 12th man. When you step out of that aeroplane, you know from day one they're going to be at you, right? So yeah, it's not a bad plan. They're in New Zealand. They're playing a good team. New Zealand. The pitches are a bit spicy. They might be like this in Australia, to be honest.
Steered away by Williamson. Opens the face of the bat. Archer's quite wide at third man, and that enables Williamson to go through for an easy single. 6 overs gone. New Zealand hard work. 13 for 1.
Well, a couple of things. Do you think it would have been helpful to play Australia in a white ball series, a little bit like before the 05 Ashes?
No, because I think with the media are there, if we'd have gone there and won, yeah, you can easily turn the media on its head over there, and then they go after their own. Especially now we've given it, they've got armour, because now with Cummins out, if they don't get off to a good start with Steve Smith back in as captain, I think they will turn very, very quickly, the media. So England have got an opportunity going into that first test match, where a win could suddenly change all that negative energy around England onto Australia. So I think it makes the first test even more important than it normally is, because they do turn quickly, the Australian media, without a doubt.
And second question, what do we all think the pitches are going to be like?
Like they have been in first-class cricket, spicy. Are you watching the latest round? All medium fast bowlers, 84 miles an hour, and the ones getting a wicket.
Archer begins another over. Gee, he's looked good in his first 3, and this one is punched away by Williamson out on the onside. The other thing is the increasing lack of spin-friendly conditions. Spinners are playing a decreasing role in Australian domestic cricket and have been over the last 5 years. So Nathan Lyon used to bowl something like 45 overs per home test. That's down to 26 now, I think, in the last 2 years of home test matches outside the off stump and left alone by Williamson.
Well, it's lower scores, isn't it? Because the pitches have been spicier. In grade cricket over there, you only have to watch and look at the bowling list and who's been top wicket takers. It's been guys who bowl it around that 83, 84 miles an hour mark. All the counties are signing these types of bowlers as
Fergus
well.
O'Neill.
Yeah, they're all signing this type of bowler because they take in wickets on pitches that just nibble around a bit in Australia. And bowling's your classic example, right? Is that type of bowler.
Here's Archer again, another beauty, nips back, beats the inside edge. Williamson's off drive or cover drive is fruitless, makes no contact. Beauty, absolute beauty again from Jofra Archer. Then Fergus O'Neill took about 25 wickets in 4 games for Notts, didn't he?
I'm trying to think of the guy we signed for Yorkshire as well. I think he was the top wicket taker 3 years ago. Bob Singh.
He made a big impression on you.
New South Wales. Well, he didn't do that well for us actually. He did struggle a little bit, but he'd come off back of an injury when he came to us. But I can't remember his name. But he was
Jack Edwards, is it? Jack Edwards?
No.
Bouncer from Jofra Archer, the first out-and-out bouncer that we've seen from him. Williamson sees it early, ducks underneath it. He's 9 from 21. Ravindra 3 from 14. New Zealand 13 for 1 in the 7th over.
We did sign Dan Edwards, his brother. But
that's what I'm thinking of, Mickey.
With his brother, but it didn't quite work out for him. But I tell you what, I still stand by it. He had a lot of talent, that guy. He was 6'7", 6'8". He could ball it at late 80s, but unfortunately for him, his body just wouldn't let him do it on a daily basis. And I think he decided to retire in the end. But I still stand by it. He had so much talent, that kid.
Archer again to Kane Williamson, who knows he's in a battle here, and once again grimaces as he plays this one away defensively. Just this tiny little microcosm of a battle here. Archer against Williamson is just top gun, isn't it?
I mean, it's just absolutely what you want from international cricket, isn't it? People salivate over this sort of stuff.
You know, you've got a guy like Kane Williamson who is only interested in not getting out. I mean, that's it. It's pure survival mode, and also don't get hurt. Actually, chops this one off the bottom edge, and don't think it carries to Josh Butler. Well, he's bowling these sort of 90-mile-an-hour nip-backers, and Williamson looking to cut that one, and it looked to me like he got a bottom edge to it, and he did get a bottom edge to it. But so the umpires can actually check. Did Josh Butler even? He didn't even appeal, did he? Did he?
Yeah.
TV umpire to director.
It can't have carried.
We have an umpire review for fair catch. I have checked the feet.
I don't think Josh Butler appealed.
So he's grimacing like he doesn't know, or like it hurt his fingers, either or.
Well, you know what? If you were Corey Black or Paul Rifle, why not? You know, why make the call when the technology is there? Definitely an inside edge, and we could hear that. And Josh Butler,
yeah,
I think he knows that it's bounced.
Yeah, roll two.
Yeah, it actually hit his finger first, so he would have felt the full impact on his finger, but it then bounces from his glove onto the ground, and he grabs it again in his left hand. So he knew. He knew. Cameron Steele, come on, sorry all rounder. He knew, didn't he? He knew it didn't carry.
Clear spike when ball is next
I
to
don't
the
keep
bat.
wicket, so, so I don't know, but I can imagine that would hurt your fingers though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it hasn't bounced. It has. That's what perhaps has confused him. He hasn't seen it. I used to keep wicket very badly, as you can see from my hands.
Roll
but
forward, nice and
he's
slow.
he's not. You can't see
Nice
that,
and
but he's
slow.
felt the full impact on the middle finger of his
appears to
right
be
hand.
ball.
He knocked it
Touching
down
the ground,
onto the
then
floor,
into the
actually.
gloves.
That carried him to his
Can
right
you have
hand,
side on
and then he
angle, please,
knocked
for
it
this?
onto the floor into his left hand.
I think that's one of those misconceptions, though. Everyone says you
Yeah,
always
can you
know
rock and roll?
whether it's carried or not. And I really don't think you do.
Yeah, roll back. Yeah, freeze here.
I think you do 999 times out of 1,000.
Roll forward.
Maybe.
Forward.
Okay, 980
Yeah,
times
freeze
out
here.
of 1,000.
One more frame, yeah.
But what I'm saying is that what has confused Butler here is that I think you know when the ball has bounced on the ground and then into your hands or gloves, but he's felt the full impact because it landed on his middle finger of his right hand, and then he's right hand, and then he's grabbed it in his left.
Push onto the floor into his left hand.
Yeah.
I think it's when your fingers get trapped that it's hard to tell.
Is Bryden Cass once again. Oh, we've had 7 overs. We should have changed commentary. Sam Curran is chasing after this one out towards wide mid-on, and they go through for a single. In fact, they come back for 2. Williamson has 9. Rachin Ravindra has 5. We will change commentary because has breakfast arrived? It has. Well, that's good news. Quick word from you, Goughy, and then you'll be replaced by Harmy, and Jon Norman will take over from me.
Well, it's been a pleasure. 7 overs, watching Jofra Archer ease back into work. It's been fantastic. The rhythm, and Bryden Cass are both pretty good too. And another great delivery to Ravindra, through to the keeper, nipped away from the left-hander. Cass, none for 11 or 3.2. Yeah, fantastic rhythm. Both England bowlers here with the new ball. They've had to be very watchful here, New Zealand, and fight to survive. Over to you two guys.
Yep, go and enjoy your breakfast. Harmy and I have been spellbound outside watching Jofra Archer bowl. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, it's not often you see Kane Williamson getting a little bit of a going over. Oof. gem this time from Bryden Cass. Bowling right arm over the wicket, and he's pushing the ball across the left-handed Rashin Ravindra. Now, Rashin Ravindra hasn't scored a bucket load of runs against England in New Zealand. He did in the World Cup, didn't he, in India? But seems to have struggled a bit. And Bryden Cass, who picked up a few wickets in that first ODI, hasn't picked up one today, but continues bowling like this. You'd fancy that would change. 2 slips in place, touch fuller, and it allows Ravindra to get forward and drive. But he picks out Harry Brook at mid-off, extra cover, and it's no run. This is good stuff. It's just a shame that New Zealand aren't chasing 270.
Yeah, it's been very impressive from England with the ball. Yeah, chasing 176. It's a pity it wasn't 276. I think we'd have a contest on. You're right. Archer's been very, very good. Backed up by Cass, I must admit. He's bowled some absolute beautiful deliveries.
Here is Bryden Cass again. And this is on the pads of Rashin Ravindra. Bryden Cass ends up on his back, sticking both legs in the sky. And Ravindra comes through for a leg by. Run scoring is at a premium at the start of New Zealand's innings, making things look very, very difficult. The sun is out in Hamilton. It was a bit of rain at the start of England's innings. But Jofra Archer, despite the fact he only stepped off the plane a few days back, jumped on the big bird over from London. Cass is in again, this time Williamson, playing deep in his crease, just opens the face and runs this down to Jofra Archer, stationed at third for a run. 17 for 1 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, 2 new balls, so both balls are 4 overs each now, and probably another 2 overs with each of the new balls, and then you'll start to see the movement, the lavish movement, because we've had some lavish movement. The sun is out. I still think with the new ball there's something in it for the bowler, especially the bowler that hits the deck hard, and that's obviously Bryden Cass. I think Bryden Cass has got a lot of movement out of it, as in upwards. I think it's sat in the pitch, the odd one sat in the pitch. I don't think Cass has been as quick as he can be. I think his speeds have been a fraction down, not massively down, that it's concerning. I think Archer's had the more sideways movement. Seam position of Jofra and some of the deliveries have been absolutely fantastic. Brilliant, brilliant signs for England.
4 overs then for Archer, 1 for 4, and here he is again. This is pitched up on off stump, and that's the first gimme ball that Kane Williamson has received in his innings so far. Still got to be able to put it away. He does exactly that, driving down the ground, and he moves on to 14.
Just looks as though Jofra's gone for the big booming in-swinging Yorker there. Didn't quite get to the white line. That's just pace. Kane Williamson's just used the pace of Jofra Archer and eased it straight back past him.
Archer again, still with those 2 slips in place, and Williamson just lets this one go through to Jos Buttler. Would you call that a drop behind the stumps in the last over? Last ball of Archer's 3rd over. Inside edge with Williamson beaten comprehensively by a ball that didn't quite cut him in half, but took the inside edge, and as is the way, the ball therefore dives, doesn't it, towards the ground. It got to Buttler. He got a glove to it.
Not for me.
No,
not
for
a drop.
me.
In under edge, it's very, very difficult diving forward.
Here's Archer again, thick inside edge. This time back into the body of Kane Williamson. He's worn a few. He's been wrapped on the glove. He got one just above, this from the chest region. This one hits him just where you don't want to be hit, really.
Again, it's good movement, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got the ball coming back to the right hander. And every now and again it just holds its line. mixing it up as Archer in again and on his toes. Williamson just dropping this down, and it's fielded by the fielder coming in from extra cover. How many do you think Archer will have? This is fourth delivery of his 5th over.
I think it'll be this one. I don't see him bowling any more than 5, possibly one more. Leave a 2 and a 2, but I think a 5 over spell here. Kane Williamson and Ravindra look good. I think if there's no wicket by the end of Carter's next over, I think I'd leave a 3 and a 2 spell left for Jofra up his sleeve.
Archer again, and this time Williamson trying to help the ball around the corner. Fielded by Ben Duckett at short mid-wicket, who you picked up on something earlier. There was a boundary hit square of the wicket on the offside. Duckett was the nearest fielder to it, and you know, I'm not saying he looked a bit like you did when you stepped off that flight from London in Auckland a couple of years back, but certainly was ginger.
There was something going on, whether it's an injury or condition or what, but he wasn't chasing after it the way Ben Duckett normally chases after it, because he is normally a boundary rider.
Last ball of the over then, it's bowled by Jofra Archer, and once again cramping Williamson for room. Dot ball to finish over number 5 for Jofra Archer, 9 for the innings, New Zealand 21 for 1. Listeners on talkSPORT will now listen to Early Sports Breakfast as commentary continues on talkSPORT 2.
Brilliant from Archer. Brilliant from Archer, 5 overs, 1 for 8. Said just a second ago that if Carter doesn't get a wicket in this over, I think I'd be tempted to take Jofra off. His partnership broken, but I would rather have 2 decent spells up the sleeve of Archer, just in case England can get a bang bang, or in case they need to get a bang bang a little bit further down the line. So it's always the cat and mouse which way you go, but I think I'd wait and see what happens in these next 6 balls for where Jofra goes next.
Course is continuing, and Rashan Ravindra has seized on the length of this delivery, which again was going to slant across him. Touch too short. He's in his arc, and he is oh so strong over mid-wickets. And he'll move to 9. The score 25 for 1. New Zealand chasing 176 to win the match and take the series.
Between length there from Bryden Cast. It wasn't a good 6 metre length, which is dragging a batter forward, but it wasn't a short ball either, so it was a little bit in between, and it got the treatment.
25 for 1 then, as Cast comes in again. This is a touch fuller, and it's dropped it down into the ground. Kane Williamson calling Rashan Ravindra through for a single and moves to 10. Ravindra before today's game, 198 runs against England in all formats in New Zealand at 19.8. That's an average of 19.8, a best of 44. End of the 9th over, New Zealand had only 4 scoring shots from the bat in 25 deliveries. England have been bang on it, but yep, sadly that target is already just 150, and plenty of time to get those runs in as well. We'll see whether Jofra Archer is going to bowl a 6th over, bouncing stand. Bryden Cast is in, and Williamson tempted pull shot, doesn't really get hold of it, and it's fielded by Adil Rashid close to the bat at square leg.
No, that was a lot better from Cast. It was a little bit more intent into length there, a little bit back of a bit shorter than in length, but it was hit the pitch hard. A little bit of inconsistency. It didn't quite get up as much as what Kane Williamson was hoping for. He just got cramped for room a little bit. Shoveled it through to mid-wicket. That could have gone aerial, that could have hit the leading edge, and a little bit of luck, that would have gone up in the air.
Pass again. Brook has still got those 2 slips in place, and he just eases back. That's a smart bit of fielding from Archer, who had to run around from deep third. And he's just holding his left side as he gets up after diving full stretch to prevent a boundary. I'm not sure it's worth injuring yourself, Jofra, but admire the effort.
Yeah, admire the effort. Yeah, I think just a little bit of wind there. It's a bit like watching Gough smile every now and again. It's just a little bit of a wind. don't think there's anything seriously wrong with his side. I think he's just landed awkwardly. Very, very good effort, committed effort from the big fast bowler.
Cast again. And this is on-off stump. And again, Williamson, as is his style, he almost hops round, doesn't he? It's like, doesn't twist with that shot. It's almost like his whole body turns with the bat.
He rides the bounce, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He lets the ball come to him and turns it with his hips and his shoulders. Can get him in trouble if the ball just straightens up, getting an outside edge. England have got slips in. They need them slips to come into play because, say, you said there, just less than 150 now to win. England need wickets.
One ball left of his fifth as Bryden Cass is in right on over the wicket, past the umpire, and Kane Williamson just eases into a checked cover drive to the left of Harry Brook at extra cover, and as soon as it beats the fielder, it's only going to end up heading in one direction. That is the boundary rope. New Zealand have ended the 10th over with a flourish. 11 runs from it. Williamson and Ravindra to double figures now. New Zealand 32 for 1, needing 176 to win the game.
An expensive over from Cass, but a delivery at the end of the over which you can understand. England need wickets. End of the power play, you've got to risk a little bit, trying to go that little bit fuller. You've got 2 slips in play. Unfortunately, it's gone straight into the middle. Kane Williamson's bat over pitched. I don't blame Bryden Cass for getting up there. He has to risk now going for boundaries because England need wickets. They don't get wickets, it's going to be a comfortable afternoon for New Zealand. Williamson 20 of 35 balls. He looks in ominous touch at a ground where he loves batting.
Well, he does now. Didn't look so ominous when he was facing Jofra Archer, did he? Sam Curran is replacing Jofra Archer. First delivery, left arm over the wicket, on-off stump, defended by Ravindra. With that 4, Kane Williamson went past 1,000 runs in 50 over cricket against England at an average of 52. I think the graphic said on the screen. It's not bad, is it?
Not bad, is it? Especially when you average, was it 65 in Test cricket at Seddon Park as well? Tracking up some good numbers.
He is indeed. Curran again, and this is driven square of the wicket. There's a chase on, and the ball is going to win. And it's Bethel out there on the boundary. And that was powerfully hit by Rashan Ravindra. Really climbed into this. Just a fraction of width. He's not going to get the bounce of an Archer or a Cass, is he, Sam Curran? And that makes it an easier hit. Curran again, oh, this time beats Ravindra. He's coming forward and trying to drive a ball, and suddenly the ball just nips into the left-hander, and he's quite fortunate not to get an inside edge there.
Just a wobble seam there from Sam Curran. It just nipped in, and how's that not missed off stump? Wow! That's close to off stump. Actually, Ravindra, it's gone over the top of it. Oh my word, Sam Curran at 5'5" made the ball bounce over the stumps.
Wideish first slip in place again, targeting the stumps. Ravindra covers up, defends, no run. 36 for 1 New Zealand in the 11th over, chasing 176.
And does he bring Rashid into play? He needs a wicket, does Harry Brook.
Even if he just tries to buy one.
Buy one, yeah, possibly a route over or a Bethel over.
He's going to have to do something. Curran again, touch of an outside edge here, leading edge, as Rashan Ravindra trying to play this to mid-on. The ball ends up at backward point.
It's got to be worth going with a spin option. If you go to Jamie Overton now, you're replacing plan A, where you go into plan B, which is the same as plan A, because Overton and Cass are two very, very similar bowlers from a similar height, similar release point, so it might be worth a spin option from the end Castle's bowled at.
Last ball of the over, and that's a handsome cover drive. There's no mid-off, it's more of an extra cover. As soon as that's gone past the field, it's gone quite straight on the bat of Ravindra, who holds the pose, and the fielder has to jog to go and retrieve the ball. So runs starting to flow finally for New Zealand. 40 up, 11 overs in, chasing 176.
Yeah, that's, you get them in the morning, Raj and Ravindra. That was a throwdown, it really was. A few more on the back foot just to get your eye in. Sam Curran over pitching, unfortunately skiddy trajectory which is not into the surface. This has got some inconsistency the harder you hit it, but it's not natural for Sam Curran to hit the pitch. His is a bit pitch up and swing it. Sometimes think if Sam Curran is playing in this team, he might need the new ball to swing, and why he doesn't open the ball, and then you can always sort of bring Carson and Overton on after him.
It's Overton now. Top scored in England's innings is 42, and has Williamson been caught down the leg side? Well, Paul Rifle doesn't think so. Joss Buttler does. Jamie Overton probably does. And Brook is going to go upstairs to have a look. We saw earlier today Joe Root caught down the leg side. Kane Williamson looks pretty relaxed about it all.
Yeah, he looks comfortable, doesn't he? It's hit the top of the hip, I think. I think Joss Buttler
we have
knows.
A clear review for caught behind.
It's hit the top of the hip as well.
I have checked the feet, it's a fair delivery.
Hands were away from the body. It's just whether it's got a little inside edge. Scrambled seam from... It actually looked as though he was trying to off-cut. It was like an off-cut of this from Overton. It's actually nowhere near the bat. It's missed the bat by miles.
It's hit his thigh.
Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please.
Not sure whose voice was in the background, but somebody, one of the England players, is shouting. It's got to hit the bat. Hit the bat.
Nice and
hands
slow.
are away from the body.
Nice and slow.
Well, the hands are away from the body.
I can see gap
It
between
hasn't
ball
hit the
and
bat,
bat.
and it's hit the thigh pad.
Satisfied? No bat involved.
It's 2 reviews
Can you go
out
back
the
on
way.
field, please? Paul,
Both
stay
lost
with your
by
original
England.
not-out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Poor review from England. Really was a poor review from England.
And that's why Williamson looks so relaxed. New Zealand was 17 for 1 after 8 overs. 23 runs have come from the next 3. Those 3 bowled by Cass and Curran. First 8 by Cass and Archer. Short delivery, and Williamson ducks under it. No run. 40 for 1 then, New Zealand. Start the 12th over. And we're just picking up the pictures. Joe Root. Joe Root saying
definitely hit it. That's it.
Joss
that was the one. Yeah.
Joss Buttler's saying he hit it. Joe Root. Well, when those two are telling you to review, then you review. Pitched up on the pads of Williamson, and there's a misfield by Sam Curran, who fields at the second attempt and shies the stumps to the non-strikers, but Williamson is home. 41 for 1.
Not bad pace from Overton. 142, 143 the last 2 deliveries. He was getting up there, 90 mile an hour. Quite the fastest on show. I think Archer was in the sort of 145, 146 territory. Cass was in and around the 137, 138 mark.
And it's Overton getting ready with just that one slip in place. He's very wide. And this is crunched square of the wicket. Ravindra again looking far more comfortable now against Overton and Curran than he did against Archer and Cass at the start of the innings. He'll take a single. The score moves along to 42 for 1. England, if you're just waking up and tuning in to talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, underperformed with the bat for the second game in a row. Actually scored less than they did in the first match, and Didn't even surpass the amount of overs. There is a wicket though, and it's Jamie Overton who's induced the inside edge from the bat of Kane Williamson. He's actually just trying to cover the angle. The ball does more than he expects and deflects back onto the stumps. Success for Overton, for England, and New Zealand lose their second, 42 for 2.
Yeah, an excellent area for Jamie Overton. It was like a little off-cutter, that's what he's bowled. He's run his fingers across the seam. Ball's pitched just outside off stump. It's nipped back, got the inside edge, and it's hit middle and off. And I think the height that Jamie Overton is coming from, the release point that he has, and because he's hit the pitch, relatively hard, trying to drag Kane Williamson forward. Kane Williamson's not a natural massive foot movement coming forward. He just got caught on the crease a little bit, and he's kicking himself going off. Inside edge onto the stumps, and just what Harry Brook wanted. Brought on Jamie Overton to make the breakthrough. New Zealand 42 for 2 now, with 1 ball to go in the 12th over.
And that brings England's favourite person to the crease, Daryl Mitchell.
He upsets a few, doesn't he?
Does seem to upset England more than any other.
He's not shy of coming forward, which I quite like.
Well, he walks the walk, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He's been shown up a few times, but he backed it up in that first game.
He scored a lot of runs against England.
He has, yeah.
He made his debut at this ground against England back in 2019. Played a lot of first-class cricket before he got to play for New Zealand, and he's made it count. First ball gets off the mark. Daryl Mitchell, the new batter after Kane Williamson was dismissed in Jamie Overton's first over. He's having a good game. He's having a decent series, 40s in both innings, and now he's picked up the wicket of Kane Williamson.
Yeah, absolutely. He timed the ball beautifully in that first innings. Looked as though he was batting on a different wicket compared to everybody else, by the way he was able to hit the ball straight down the ground. New Zealand set a leg side field, 2 men outside the circle on the leg side with fine leg up, and Jamie Overton combated that by utilising the crease, coming out of the crease and hitting them down the ground. So I always say when an all-rounder, and he is an all-rounder, has a good day with the bat, likelihood is he'll back it up with the ball. So a good start from Overton, and just what England needed.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be pushing it a touch. They're only 2 down, but when you consider that the next batter to come in is Tom Latham, obviously got great pedigree, but after that Michael Bracewell possibly coming in a position too high. I know he did score runs in the last match, but he was also dropped really badly.
Yeah, and that's why I would have took Archer off when I did. He did.
This is pitched up and swinging into the pad of Mitchell, who gets forward and just about gets the bat down in time, takes the single. Score moves along to 44 for 2.
You take Archer off when you did. You've got him. He's got 5 overs left up his sleeve. You've got Adil Rashid with 10 overs. All of a sudden, if you get to that point where it's maybe 60 for 4, which England was 63 for 4. If New Zealand were to be there and Bracewell and Latham are in together, or Bracewell and Mitchell are in together, all of a sudden, a 3-over burst from Archer and Rashid at the other end putting pressure on. All of a sudden, 176 could be a decent way away.
Darren again, and Ravindra this time pushing forcefully towards mid-on for a single. Ravindra moves to 20. Daryl Mitchell 2 not out. 45 for 2 then. Start the 13th over. Sam Curran bowling his second. A decent crowd in at Seddon Park. It's a lovely walk to that ground, isn't it? It's Manners was describing Hamilton earlier today, summed it up very nicely indeed. You can pretty much walk everywhere. You've got the Waikato River, just a stone's throw. Cricket ground, there's a rugby ground on the pads again, and he's searching for a bit of swing here, is Curran. The ball is 13 overs old, and first 2 balls have gone for singles. There's people taking shelter under the tree. That's one of the things that I know we love the Bay Oval and Hagley Park, but you know, when the sun's out in New Zealand, you do need a tree.
Yeah, you do.
Need some shade.
Yeah, there's a big one there's a couple of big ones at Wellington, and the bank to the looking out to the left of where the Barmy Army normally congregate.
However, trees on the off stump this time, and driven back to Sam Curran, who fields from his own bowling. No run. 45 for 2.
They're not at the Basin, the next game, is it? It's at
Sky
Stadium.
Not. Sky Stadium, yeah. That's the scene of the two. I don't think England played there since 2015.
No, I don't think they have. I think that was the beginning of. Well, that was the end of one regime and the start of something special, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Of course, the tormentor in Chiefs on that day, well, two of them are coaching England now. No! Mitchell is coming forward, blocking this out into the covers. No run. Tim Southey, who took his career best figures in that match, I think. And obviously Brendan McCullum at the top of the order, blazing away. Daryl Mitchell, who hit 78 not out. New Zealand looked like they were about to wobble in that first ODI on a couple of occasions, actually. It's a decent shot there from Daryl Mitchell. Sam Curran's been smacked back past the bowler for 4. Boundaries to the 6th ball of both of his overs so far. 3 boundaries coming from his 2-over spell. And Daryl Mitchell moves to 6. Didn't really time it, did he? Muscled it to the boundary more than anything, but it was there to be hit, and that's exactly what Mitchell did.
Yeah, he clothed it, didn't he? He just back-turned in his hand. It wasn't a long half-funny by any stretch, but because of the height and the release point of Sam Curran, it's not going to bounce. So you can come forward and just keep coming forward, and I think that's what Daryl Mitchell does really well. One of his biggest strengths is his ability to get forward, get on the front foot, and then keep coming hard at the ball.
Ravindra, short delivery, shapes to pull, then withdraws the bat and lets it sail over. Little look to the square leg umpire, no wide given. 49 for 2.
Good bouncer, really good bouncer. Touch and go. I think benefit of the doubt to the bowler there by Paul Rifle. Fast bowler himself.
They've been quite consistent, haven't they, in this series? They've kind of gone with the bowler. There was a couple of wides earlier today, which Joe Root couldn't believe weren't given down the leg side, and then he, just to make matters worse, he edged one to the keeper down there. Played back to Overton by Ravindra this time.
It's a good length and a good line to Ravindra. Cast bowled a good spell to the left-hander. Tucked him up, didn't give him too much room outside off stump. He's desperate for room, he's desperate for width, is Ravindra, and that's a good line and a good length from Jamie Overton.
Heading out to Seddon Park shortly. Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney waiting for us as Ravindra eases into another check drive. It's fielded by Harry Brook at mid-off. No run. All the time in the world for New Zealand. They were given the right old hurry up by Jofra Archer, who bowled 5 overs. Picked up the wicket of Will Young in his first over. Since then, though, despite that wicket going the way of Overton, it seems a little bit more in tune with the pace. But as I say that, Ravindra shapes to pull a shot that was just too short, and it really zips off the track as well. Goes through to Joss Butler behind the stumps. This is decent stuff from Overton.
Very good from Overton. Good pace, good bounce, good aggression in length. He's not getting caught in between. Cast a couple of times, got caught in between. Just dragging it down. If he's going to bowl a short ball, make sure it's an effort ball. Exactly the same as the one that's pitched up. I think Rashid's got to come on now from Curran's end. Don't think Harry Brook can let Curran have another over and potentially go for 7, 8 or 9.
Overton again, and there will be a run for the first time from this over. The cameras are just picking up Jofra Archer, who's made note of the fact that he just grimaced and felt his side after fielding earlier today. Yeah, physio's out there. Seems like he's all right, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue there. He just landed awkwardly, didn't he? Yeah, unfortunately, Joffrey, that's what your size 12s are for. If you can't stop with your foot, I mean, you're just going to get in a world of pain by diving around. It's not going to cotton on for a fast bowler. It shouldn't anyway.
I don't mean to put the mockers on Daryl Mitchell, but he averages 91 against England in ODIs at home. And he still averages 91. In fact, it's just gone up a decimal. We'll take a single down to fine leg. End of the over. A decent one for England. Just 2 runs coming from it, but they need wickets. They've got 2 of them. But Mitchell and Ravindra at the crease. 14 overs in. 51 for 2, chasing 176. Let's head over to Seddon Park. Daniel McHardy alongside the former international New Zealand captain, Jeremy Coney.
Thanks, John. 51 for the loss of 2. New Zealand in pursuit of this modest total of just 176. England had an early breakthrough. Will Young gone, 4th ball of the innings. Plum LBW off the bowling of Geoff Archer. It was quite an allotment of 4 balls that Will Young faced. Jerry, his Curran will continue from the city and from over the wicket, bowling to Mitchell. Runs it off the face of the bat, down to third man quite deliberately to move to 8. It's 52 for the loss of 2. First ball, short, wide, there to be spanked. He missed it. He was nearly sawn in 2 by brought that red back. Similar chance past the inside edge, and then Geoff Archer. There's one criticism of his really good opening spell. I didn't see enough of the actual wicket ball, which was very full. And Archer was celebrating. Didn't even turn around to appeal. It was that plump. Darren bowling to Ravindra, flicks him away through square leg for a single off the front foot, moving to 22. It's 53 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, overall, if you wanted to be critical of the spell, it was a tad short, you might say, so that there wasn't threatening the stumps. So LBWs, there were a couple that, but I mean, for a first effort in New Zealand, he bowled 5 overs. He ran in very well. I thought it looked. He wasn't straining.
No,
you know, he's not one of those bowlers that really has to really work.
Fuller, slower delivery, pushed to mid-on, loud call of no.
Fast bowling looks easy to somebody, and he's one of them. It looks easy. And I'm sure it isn't, but I mean, he makes it look that way. It's a lovely run. He got the ball to angle into the New Zealanders. He caused all of them. I mean, and they, both of them, are experienced players now.
There's an edge that would have been gobbled up by second slip, but it goes down to the third man rope for 4 runs. Mitchell trying to punch off the back foot. And he gets a 4. He moves to 12. 57 for 2, chasing 176.
Yeah, you wonder if there's not going to be a slip in there. Obviously, to win this match, England need to take wickets. It's an open blade, and it's come not from the edge quite so much, but it's because he's opened the face of the bat. It's gone down that way. No slip in that position at all. It's cold, isn't it, for some of the lads?
Lovely straight hit by Mitchell, launching it high and into the sight screen. That's his happy place. Daryl Mitchell hitting bowlers back over their head with disdain. He's 18 off 11. 63 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, he does hit back over the bowlers well. He did it once in Tauranga, didn't get a 6 from it, but he did it here, and it looked very much more comfortable. And he started. I mean, you get a value, don't you, when you bat for a while. And suddenly things seem to click. Williamson didn't quite get to that phase, did he? But no. He did work hard. Took most of the deliveries of those first 10 overs.
Yeah, especially from Archer. Mitchell turns length ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run before he chopped on. drinks are coming onto the field. Rachin Ravindra is going to sprint off and use the bathroom. And after 15 overs, shoot of 176, New Zealand are 63 for the loss of 2. Will Young, LBW Archer, fourth ball of the innings, and then Kane Williamson. Inside edge. Nice bowling from Overton, just went a little bit wider of the crease, rolled his fingers, off cutter. And Williamson was just trying to trademark Williamson, run to third man inside edge. He was bowled, he looked skywards in real frustration because, as Jeremy Coney pointed out, he had to fight really hard for that 21 of 39. The bowling figures, I should say, Rachin Ravindra's 22 not out and Mitchell's 18 not out, 2 extras, 63 for 2 after 15. Archer, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. Cass, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23. I thought he bowled better than that. That last over was a little bit expensive from Cass. Curran, 3 overs, no wicket for 26. And Overton, 2 overs, 1 for 5. Archer was bowling about 144k. Don't ask me to. Is it about 90 miles? We're all New Zealanders. Excuse us. Excuse us. Overton, I did notice on the Speeple radar when Overton got Kane Williamson, it came up with 144.4k. No, I think that's generous. I think that might have been a little blip on the machine. Since then, he's been around the low 130s. Now watch this. Former school teacher will tell me 144k. Jeremy is
90.
Thanks for putting me out of my misery.
I think Archer was more 142, wasn't he? That kind of
top
pace.
end was 144,
and that's why we can't. I don't think the 144 is quite right.
Much as Overton has bowled well in those 2 overs. Earlier in game number 2 of this one-day series, England Santner certainly didn't swing as much as we saw at Mount Maunganui. Certainly nibble and seam at times. New Zealand bowled very well. They were so disciplined. Very few bad balls, and England unfortunately could only gather 175 with Duckett 1, Smith 13, Root 25, Bethel 18, Brook 34, Butler 9, Curran 17, Overton 42. Cass made 3, Rashid last to go for 9, Archer 2 not out. Blair Tickner on his return, career best 4 for 34. Duffy, Folks, Santner, Bracewell all took 1 wicket, and Nathan Smith 2 for 27. And New Zealand caught very well Jeremy Coney, which they haven't always over the last couple of years.
No, that's true. You'd only count, I think, the chance from Santner at mid-off from the bat of Brook as a sort of a half chance, wouldn't you, really? I mean, to get up as high as he did, it kind of was saving runs, really, but he had a crack on the, and it nearly sort of pulled off a stunning kind of effort, really. But the rest of the catching was much more steady and accurate than we've seen of recent times. Dropping catches in the T20s that we saw 2 in the game 1 and 2 in game 3. And a catch dropped in Tauranga, important catch too. That's been costing New Zealand quite dearly. So that's a better performance they'll feel happier with.
Overton to continue from the pavilion end. After drinks, first ball sees Ravindra use the angle from right arm over the wicket. The left-hander drops it into a gap at point for a single.
That was a good run there. I mean, those sort of in between, I've heard John Bracewell also saying in between boundaries, keep the runs coming. 1s, 2s, keep the runs coming rather than dots. And that kind of run there is very important, that you just keep change, especially with a left-right hand combination at the crease.
Overton from over the wicket, bowling to Mitchell, who defends from the crease line straight back to the bowler. England only lasted 36 overs, and in that, about 122 dot balls.
Right, so that's 30 overs, is it?
No, it's about 20.
20, yeah. 20.2. I think we worked out, wasn't it? Of dots.
Mitchell in on his toes. He drops it to the offside. They sprint off, and that would have been interesting. That's fabulous fielding from Overton to get out of his follow through, to take it a couple of blocks over, and as he's tumbling over, flick it underhand, and Ravindra's well short.
That's a poor run, isn't it? I mean, yes, the bowler's done well in his follow through to get there, get round the ball to allow him to pick it up with the better hand and then sort of underarm it. But that's too tight from Mitchell. It's got to be on the leg side if you do that, or on square. So poor judge of a run there. Well done, Overton.
Mitchell, 19, Ravindra on 23. He's on strike. He gets a wide full toss, and he's frustrated because he lofted a touch. Can't beat Curran in the covers. He's now looking at the bottom of his bat. Get a loud thump on the wall next to us. They're getting rowdy in the members. It's that time. Is it? Pinot Gris starting to kick in. It's good. 23:08 from 7 o'clock local time. Pushing to the onside as Ravindra quite straight. Overton again. Out of his follow through. Cutter rolling his fingers over the ball. Much Ravindra mirrors that. Just telling Darren Mitchell to be aware. For the loss of 2 wickets. Overton, short, pulled, over mid-wicket's head, 4-6. Low trajectory, hit so sweetly. Ravindra moves to 29, it's 71 for 2.
Yeah, he's quick to see an opportunity, isn't he? And dragging down is not the kind of place to go on this pitch. If anything, you've got to be prepared to lose, to give runs away by bringing stumps into play and by bringing the pads into play as well. And so, I mean, you can use that as a variation, but in between, you've got to be prepared to. And I think you can probably also, you can defend the field a little bit more the more you're full. At least, cover the straight shots. Hard to cover that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching a replay, we're not perfectly in line. It was much squarer, more over square leg. Rashid into the attack from the city in the leg spinner for the first time, bowling to Darren Mitchell. Pushes nicely into gap. That's a better single. Mitchell Ravindra's home. How is that? Not out, Harry. Optimistic appeal. England have burnt 2 reviews as well. They have no reviews remaining. Firstly, for an LBW on Kane Williamson, which was, I think we all felt well worth having a look. It was wonderful bowling. Squared him up. Just going over the top of off stump. Well, there was an appeal for a caught down the leg side of Kane Williamson, and Joe Root wanted past it.
Edge. Yeah,
definitely out.
Oh, yes, that
he
one.
He said it's definitely out. Definitely was not.
And there's been one umpire's one, isn't there? That inside edge from Williamson to Butler. It just didn't quite get the hands underneath it enough, and it bounced and hit the ground. And then back into the gloves again.
Shows what an eventful start was for Kane.
It was an interesting section of play actually today.
Rashid, very quick through the air, defeating Ravindra, gets a leading edge. He's trying to turn it on the onside. That would have been the one out of the front of the hand as it goes to short third man.
Yeah. It just skids on, doesn't it?
Bounds in again. More traditional leg break worked away past mid wickets for a single. 73 for 2. The target's 176. Ravindra's now 30.
it's beaten, I think, every New Zealand batsman who's faced that for the first time. That one out of the front of the hand from Rashid.
I think he bowled at second ball in Mount Maunganui too. Very slow through the air, well flighted, just a little bit over pitch, so easily enough Mitchell can work the ball through mid-on for a single.
So while New Zealand, I mean, it was more survival, wasn't it, really, and an element of protection of the lower order and the middle order from Ravindra and Williamson.
Ravindra again using that strong bottom hand to work the ball away through the onside for singles. 75 for 2. There was a nervy feel around.
It was kind of test-like bowling, wasn't it?
It was
it
good
had
bowling.
That feel about it.
From both ends.
Yep.
I made mention.
Yep.
Carse's figures don't look great, but I thought he was very good. Wider, quicker through the air outside of off stump. No stroke from Mitchell. Into the 17th over. 4 runs off it. 4 singles. England need a wicket though. Quick smart. Because the target only 101 runs away. 33 overs remain. And Brook having a long chat to Root. Overton's bowled 3. Carse has bowled 5. Archer's bowled 5. Curran, he's bowled 3, and I feel like the New Zealanders seem quite comfortable against Curran. He went 6 runs and over in 4 overs in Mount Maunganui, now 8.5 here.
Yeah, well, New Zealand, even though they only got 32 from their 10 overs at the start in the first power play, they've actually caught England and passed them at this phase of the game. So you can, even though having a slow start, if you don't lose wickets.
Overton from over the wicket. Oh, short, pulled, but bottom edge by Ravindra, who's almost too quick onto the shot. Happy to try and take on the deep square fielder. Single down to long leg. It's Rashid Fields.
Very keen to look into that short ball, isn't he? Whether he goes leg side or whether he actually stays leg side of the ball and goes to the offside. He's just indicating that there, isn't he? That he could perhaps have gone that other way this time.
Powerfully built figure of Overton. Past umpire rifle. Worked off the back foot through the offside by Daryl Mitchell. He's 22 at 77 for 2.
Overton's come right, hasn't he? I mean, he has to work his way into this side, I think, but the 240s that he's got with the bat has really kind of transfers sometimes to the bowling, and while he didn't get lots of wickets, he could have had Bracewell out. I think he had him dropped at Tauranga when Root put him down at slip. So he's creating chances here, and he's got Williamson today, so he's becoming an important cog really for England.
Very full, but into the pads of Ravindra. Won't beat. Good effort by Carse at mid-on, diving away to his left. Was sweetly timed, but just 1 run as Ravindra now moves to 33. 78 for the loss of 2. It's probably say the best conditions of the day, Jerry. That those flags away on the far side of the ground aren't moving as violently. Very strong westerly to start the day's play. There was a slight delay due to rain just as the captains were coming out for the toss. Only lost 10 minutes, there's still 50 over a side. They think it's windy here, wait till they get to Wellington. Spring winds in October. Short into the hip of Mitchell. Lanced away down to Archer for another 1. 79 for the loss of 2, and that's coming from 2 Wellingtonians. Got a video from home last night. It was hail, thunderstorm.
Well, I remember, was it Sri Lanka who were here at the beginning of the year? It might have been even April, something like that.
Later, yeah.
First of the ODIs, of 3, and they nearly...
Over to beauty to Ravindra. He thought he got the outside edge. Playing from the crease, Slime with a natural angle across the left-hander, well bowled.
I think they left the field about between 4'3" and 4'4". There was, honestly, it was freezing. I think New Zealand beat them by, what was it, 9 wickets. They just wanted to get off the basin reserve.
They won the jersey count 33-11, didn't they? They all look very powerfully built young men. Speaking of which, here's a lovely straight drive from Ravindra. Past the bowler for 4.
It is a good stroke, and it's an attempt from Overton to have a crack at the stumps and see if he can get through or get an edge, or just a little bit too full. And Ravindra's put him away. Now 37, New Zealand 83 now. And the Worms just confirming New Zealand just slightly in front, and of course just having lost the two wickets. And a very slow start. You can see at 10 overs just the gap between the red and the black line.
Rashid to bowl to Daryl Mitchell, his second over from the City end past umpire Black. Mitchell looked like he was going to sweep there and then bailed out and check punched through the offside for a single. He's getting ready to play that shot, and he adjusts to the fuller leg, or maybe the line more so, and gets a run, 84 for 2. And again, the leg spinner. Wild swipe across the line as Ravindra came dancing down the wicket. And was slower, looped almost under the bat. He gets a run through square leg, 85 for 2.
Just lost his shape completely, didn't he? But, you know, was it a drive? Was it a sweep? Was it a bit of a mix? Yeah, it's just it's a slog. In the end, that's how it ends up. Almost Yorks himself.
Drive by Mitchell once more past the bowler.
All right, tell us what Wellington's going to be like on Saturday.
86 for 2. I'm a little bit disappointed. I've broken my golden rule. Normally I never check a long-range Wellington forecast because it's nothing more pointless in the world. Worrying about the next. Just pull back the curtain and have a look. It is a hard place to forecast for. Ravindra with the leg slip. Lovely light foot as he goes back outside leg and can carve it away through point out to Curran and the Bethel. In fact, that's 87 for 2. Partly cloudy with a chance of a shower in the morning and northerlies developing. What on earth that means, I will never know. Northerlies developing. Yep. Some pretty brutal.
Coming down from the city centre.
Pretty brutal northerlies last week. Here's a reverse sweep, can't get it past Overton, who does well, moves to his left, gets down low. Yeah. Kid's school lost a tree the other day. Just blew over in the northerlies. Quite a big one too. Got the old email. Please use the other door. Push to the onside. Past the bowler. Nice and straight. Just very casual Wellington chat. 88 for the loss of 2. Tree blowing over. Use the back door. Thanks, fellas. Drop Billy and Johnny off. We'll be fine.
Exactly. Please supply Billy and Johnny with a spade and a jackhammer and go underground into class, please.
Yeah, it was pretty wild the other day. New Zealand's, fair to say it too, listeners listening around the world on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Country's it's copped a fair bit, fair to say. Some doing it tough, and we wish them well. All right, everyone just going to edge a little bit closer to the front of their chair because Jofra Archer's going to come back into the attack, switching ends. He started from the City end, now bowling for the member stand. To notice, maybe a little bit unfair. For a summer, it was named the Tim Southey end. Above the...
It's gone now, they've removed it, have they?
It's gone, it's completely gone. There's no sign of Tim Southey.
No. Okay, well, he's put the purple jacket on, hasn't he?
Yeah, I took great joy in pointing it out to him before the toss. So look, Tim. Hello, Daniel. Good to see you. So look up there, my friend. They've forgotten you already. Archer, 5 overs, 1 for 8. Past umpire rifle. Back of a length. Mitchell defends. No run. Mitchell's 26 with minimum of fuss off 24 balls. Off down the ground of Curran. Lovely shot. Ravindra's moved up to 39. They lost Young without scoring and Williamson for 21. The wickets falling at 0 and 42. So it's fastest in that opening spell, 144, Jerry. Slowest.
Yeah. All pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. 139 and 141 being the average. Right and behind is Daryl Mitchell. Doesn't seem as much zip as he builds back into this second spell through the first 2 balls.
Yeah, the ball, let's have a look. Does it still look pretty good? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It still looks okay. But there hasn't been a lot of swing today. No, and certainly not as much as we saw in Tauranga in game 1.
Partnership is worth 46 or 45 balls. I think that beats the best partnership of the game by 4 runs thus far. That was the last wicket. Here's a tight single again called by Daryl Mitchell. Ravindra just on his heels, Jerry. Had to get the legs cranking as it was Overton again, quickly in.
Yeah, well, here's the difficulties that the first batsman number 1 and 3 faced. The movement. There's that one that nearly was given out. Just dropped onto the ground before Butler. Things got a little bit easier.
Archer. Lovely smooth approach. Goes full driven. Glorious. Gorgeous shot from Rachin Ravindra for 4 through mid-off. Harry Brook turns. He can appreciate a stroke like that. Ravindra to 43.
This just a little full, and Ravindra, a good stride in, the good transfer of weight, and full face of the bat inside of mid-off. Looking to play some shots now, isn't he?
Stats Gary has converted it for us Kiwis. It's averaging 89.4 miles an hour. Yeah, as the call from Rachin Ravindra as he dabs the ball through point to move to 44 himself. It's 94 for the loss of 2. 1 ball remaining in Archer's 6th over, his first in his second spell. And I think he's conceded 6 runs off the over. The target for New Zealand. Just 176. England all out for 175 off 36. Do you think Harry Brook got his players being a little going at the New Zealand bowlers harder?
I thought they kind of did.
Yeah.
They tried to do that.
Archer bowls a bouncer, underneath goes Mitchell. I'll say this, we spoke to Harry Brook at the end of game number 1 and we asked him, how do you feel your top order dealt with the moving ball? We all know what the score was, Jerry. It was
45.
5 for 3,
yep.
10 for 4 and 33 for 5, and he said maybe we should have gone harder.
It depends what you mean by that. What does he mean? Play more shots?
Well, the way I
think it's movement of the feet. I think it's getting to a position.
I think it's just not being crease bound.
Well, exactly. Movement of the feet.
Yeah. So try and knock them off their length, and you can do that multiple ways.
Well, he seemed to do that, didn't he? But I thought in terms of if you want to interpret it as playing more shots and getting the runs moving along, well, they kind of tried to do that, didn't they, today?
I never said as the literal.
No.
Just swinging harder.
No.
20 overs gone. Rashid to bowl his 3rd over from the city, and the leg spinner operating over the wicket. Here's this powerful sweep up, forward of square, 1 bounce into the fence for 4. He's really starting to motor as Rachin Ravindra. He is 48 off 51.
Yeah, outside off stump, and he's really reached out well for the sweep stroke. You want to get your hands and arms nice and straight when you're playing the stroke, and he's done exactly that there.
Now he uses his feet to club a ball back past the bowler, just to the offside of the stumps. It's a strange looking stroke. It's not a back foot drive, it's not a pull, it's in between. It's like brunch. It's 102 for the loss of 2 and another half century to Ravindra. 7 falls, 1-6, a runner ball 52, 102 for 2.
Yeah. He's shown even right from the start of this series, he wants to play aggressively, doesn't he? There's no doubt about that. But if he gives himself a chance,
goes back, cuts forward a point, gets past Duckett, might have second. No was the call. Well, what I'm sure you would appreciate, Jeremy, he was runnable 17 in game number 1, got a little bit low, a little bit loose. Thought about his dismissal, but here he got through that tricky period.
Yeah, and I think they both, Williamson and he, needed a little bit of good fortune to do that, and they were able to survive.
Balls to Mitchell, he's completely and utterly deceived. He's trying to dab it to point and gets an inside edge as it comes back towards the right hand, well bowled.
Yeah, it's a wrong one which he doesn't pick.
103 for the loss of 2. Rashid moves and Mitchell comes down the wicket, and that's one way to counter the wrong. And if you're not picking it, let's get to the ball on the full. Don't allow it to spin the other way. A single. Mitchell 28. 104 for 2. Dragged out by Rashid, wide of off stump. Hammered through cover region out to the Bethel and the deeper. Run takes Ravindra to 55. That is the end of the over. 105 for the loss of 2. New Zealand require 71 more runs. Got 174 balls remaining as we depart and hand it back to the great Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan McHardy and Jeremy Coney. Fabulous to be on the same team again, although separated by quite a lot of water. New Zealand, as you said, needs 71 more to win from 29 overs, so time's not a problem. The problem was that England were bowled out in 36 overs themselves for just 175. Tremendous performance from Blair Tickner, wonderful story as well after the last couple of years that he and his family have been through, but a recall at the age of 32, thought his days of international cricket were over, but unexpected recall because of the injury to Kyle Jameson, and he's made it count. Jofra Archer is continuing now, and it's pushed away defensively by Rachin Ravindra behind square on the offside. It's all been very, very one-sided. Has there been a highlight for England, gentlemen? Alongside me, Steve Harmison and Cameron Steele. Apart from Jofra Archer, and particularly his first 3 overs, which were nigh on unplayable, has there been anything to put a smile on England's faces?
Not really, no, Manners. I think it's been Archer or bust, really. Carr started quite well, expensive in the last over. Overton, big wicket.
Here's Archer again, good pace, steered away behind square to Duckett, point, no run.
But England, for me, just look a little bit underdone with both bat and with ball. I don't think they're bowling in 50 over cricket. The combinations in 50 over cricket's right. I think they're a frontline seamer short. A frontline bowler that can bank you 10 overs. Overton's body doesn't always come to the party. We're bowling 10 overs, and I think Sam Curran now is more of a batting all-rounder.
Here is Archer once again, and pushed away by Ravindra. 54 not out from 57 balls. Slow start. Cameron Steele. There's some old-fashioned virtues about Rachin Ravindra's innings, isn't there? You can always catch up, just don't get out early.
Exactly right. I mean, he's very technically proficient, isn't he? He's beautiful to watch, and it's just the way he's gone about this innings has been, proficient. It's just seen off the new ball, an excellent new ball spell by Carson Archer, and yeah, he's into his work nicely now.
England still trying to rediscover their one-day mojo. Short pulled by Ravindra to Adil Rashid at deep backward square leg or long leg, and then Archer has struck. Well, it was the pace. Ravindra will blame himself. He'll take responsibility. But I tell you what, he's hit it really hard, low and flat. And that is an excellent catch at, well, fine leg, really, from Adil Rashid. They're not easy. It's difficult to pick the ball flight up when it never gets up into the sky. That would have been coming out of the stand all the way. But it's the pace, isn't it, Steve Harmison? It's the pace of Archer that I think has undone Ravindra.
Pace of Archer, and also, I mean, Rashid's face was an absolute picture there. He's not expecting that at all, and it's hit him. I don't think it's. I think it's a cool night in Hamilton, and that certainly warmed Adil Rashid's fingers up. It wasn't a fully fledged short ball. It wasn't an effort ball to get up around the sort of armpit, sort of ear height that you'd want it from a fast bowler's point of view. To be fair to Ravindra, he's nailed it. He's picked up and he's pulled it, and he's pulled it round the corner, and it was a good catch from Adil Rashid. I don't think he knew too much about it until it actually hit his hands, and when it did hit his hands, his face looked of astonishment as to go, actually, didn't realise that was going to come to me, and how much it's tingled the fingers right in front of the groundsman's hut. Yes, it has. It's tingled the fingers. You caught it, Dilly. Well done, my friend. Big wicket for England.
Just seeing Adil Rashid go out as it hit his hands, was brilliant. I mean, he's absolutely nailed that Ravindra straight off his hip. Usually, if you're playing that in the nets, everyone's going, "Oh, what a shot!"
6. It probably would have gone for 6.
Yes, it will.
6,
exactly. Yeah. Flat 6. Here's Archer to Tom Latham, the new man, and blocked defensively up towards mid-on. Archer intercepts it. So it'll be put down as a batting error when the analysts come to apply their subjective view. That'll be put down as an unforced error, but that's not taking into account just the extra pace. Doesn't always bring wickets, but it can contribute to enforcing a batting error. And Daryl Mitchell must now once again knuckle down and see New Zealand home. They shouldn't struggle from this position at all. They'll have to be bowled out. Archer is in again to Latham, inside half of the bat as he defends. Mitchell 28 off 29. We saw in the first game that he's quite happy to slow things down if he needs to. If he feels that they need to go through a quiet patch without losing any further wickets. He's in conversation with Latham now, but really it's New Zealand's game to lose. I don't think that England have got the firepower. Jofra Archer's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 14.
Yeah, Jofra's bowled really well. He has. His lines and his lengths have been good. He hasn't changed up too much. Got to the odd short ball, but it's been mainly back of a length on a good line. He's used the seam up delivery to sort of angle the ball towards first slip, the outside edge from a right-hander. So he has tried to swing it, but he's also, turned the ball around, and the seam position has gone in at times. So, he's used a lot of tricks that he has, but he's bowled quickly and he's bowled aggressively.
England have got a short mid-off in now as Adil Rashid begins a new over. It's Joe Root. He's in a catching position on the drive at short mid-off, so there's no shortage of effort and imagination from Harry Brook. Adil Rashid's also got a shortish, wideish mid-on. Oh, and he tries to fire one in down the leg side as Mitchell advances a step and a half down the pitch. I think that's what Adil Rashid was trying to do, slip one down the leg side, look for the stumping.
Yeah, I think he's seen him coming, and I was just about to say there as well, you look at Mitchell, Adil Rashid's bowled 3 overs for 20, largely down to the fact that Darren Mitchell's not let him settle, but now they've just lost the wicket. Will Daryl Mitchell keep going harder at Adil Rashid? England's best 2 bowlers are bowling now. You'd expect Archer to bowl 3 and finish off. He's got to try and bowl. We've got to bowl New Zealand out along with Rashid. Put a massive hole in this New Zealand attack, and that wicket possibly just come at the right time, whether Mitchell kicks going or he goes back into his shell.
Rashid in, I think, wrong and again, and Tom Latham just pushes it. I think he adjusted just in time. Maybe he even played it off the pitch, but just pushes it defensively into the offside. We ought to get you talking about Adil Rashid, Cameron Steele. Here's Rashid in again. More air this time. Latham defends it. It's an open-ended question. How good is he?
Yeah, he's all right. Fastest man to 200 ODI wickets. Oh, he's just unbelievable. His control to be able to move up and down the gears. That ball there, much slower.
Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for a single. A lot of people talk about, you know, the variations in the physical aspect, but what about the mental aspect of what he does and reading batsmen, reading individuals and game situations?
Well, I think you can just see there from the fields he's had. He's had a leg slip in there for Tom Latham, so he's obviously done his research, or Harry Brook has. Tom Latham's a fantastic player of spin and plays a lot of those paddle shots for 2 runs.
Flicked away out towards square leg. They go through for a quick single. I think Harry Brook's job is to remember the research rather than to do it.
Yeah. But also you see there to Mitchell, he's only had 1 point, and in the first ODI, Mitchell played a lot of reverse sweeps. So I think he was dropped by Luke Wood on 33, was it? So yeah, he's keeping that 1 point there to see if Darren Mitchell wants to reverse sweep again, just to make him change his game plan a little bit. So yeah, it's part of what makes Adil Rashid so good. His skill set is obviously unmatched in England, but then his game smarts as well is what's helped him to have such a long and successful career.
He says he quite likes to play into his 40s if the body's up to it, and he's in no hurry to give it away.
Might be good for the wallet, that as well.
Yeah, there's no reason why he can't play into his 40s. I played with Adil Rashid. That shows you how long he's been playing.
Really?
I did. I played with him at Yorkshire. Actually, I nearly played with him at England as well. He made his debut in.
Is that when he was batting 6?
So he was batting 6, and they keep going on about the 10 first-class hundreds. He was a batter. He could bat. He's batting number 11 now, so he could comfortably play into his 40s.
Here's Jofra Archer to Latham. Guides one into the offside and scramble through for a quick single. Actually, it was a scurry rather than a scramble. Scramble suggests that they were struggling. They were always going to complete that comfortably.
Yeah, it shows you how long he played. Even Gough played with him. So, I mean, that tells you how long he has played.
Never.
Yeah, Darren played.
How old was Adil when he made his debut? 15.
Must have been. Well, Gough was old when he finished playing, wasn't he? A little bit bigger than he is now as well. So, yeah, he was an old man when he finished at Yorkshire. Was Darren, but yeah, Dill was 17, I think, when he started. His first class debut, 08.
Here's Archer, thick outside edge, runs away down to the boundary. I don't know whether Darren Mitchell was trying to run it down the third man. Anyway, I mean, it looked like a slightly nervous prod. Didn't move his feet a great deal. Yeah, actually. He was running that down, wasn't he? It was an edge, but he was looking for one.
Yeah, I think he was trying to run it down. I actually think he's thinking maybe he's bouncing a little bit more. I don't think it's bounced as much as what Darren Mitchell thought it was going to bounce. So trying to tell himself to keep his hands in and not, play away from his body and push it away from his body. Try and see through this next sort of 2.4 overs of Archer.
Mitchell into the 30s with that boundary. 33, New Zealand 112 for 3. Next one is defended out towards mid-wicket. Mitchell now rehearsing a little leg side pick-up flick over mid-wicket. I'd like to see him try and play that against Jofra Archer. It'd be a good shot if he does.
Mitchell actually worked with Noddy Holder when he was living in Perth as a kid. Noddy Holder was one for coaching, hitting any bowler from any length for 4 or 6.
Noddy Holder, the rock star.
Yeah,
he is a rock star.
He is a rock star. Yeah, Keezy sweared by him, didn't he? Justin Langer's coach, wasn't he? Mike Hussey, Justin Langer, Rob Key.
112 for 3. Here's Archer, bouncer, and just a little bit too short. Mitchell did see it early. I think he might have been half expecting it as well. But New Zealand requiring just 176 for victory, 112 for 3, and we're not yet at the halfway point of the innings. 23.4 overs gone. It's a chilly day evening in Hamilton. I always love the differential between actual temperature and feels like temperature. It's a big one in New Zealand. The chill factor means that the temperature of 16 currently apparently feels more like 11 So it's very much the early days of spring in New Zealand. Here is Archer again, and Mitchell guides this one out towards Ben Duckett, square of the wicket on the offside. I think England would particularly like Ben Duckett. They'd like everyone to score some runs in the third game, but I think they'd particularly like to see Duckett score some.
Yeah, I mean, these pitches don't suit Ben Duckett. It'd be like early season in England. New Zealand have bowled really well too. I mean, the dismissal you got him today. If you can get Ben Duckett playing with a straight bat, you'll get him out. You really will. And that, you pitch it up, get him playing round off stuff, you'll nick him off.
Here is Archer again, and this is his end of his 8th over, defended by Darren Mitchell out towards extra cover, and there's no run. The not so good news for England is that the third and final game of the series is going to be played at the Sky Stadium in Wellington. It used to be known when it was first built as the Cake Tin. It's a drop-in pitch, and inevitably a slowish outfield, and it tends not to be a particularly batting-friendly drop-in pitch, and the swirling wind, and it's a low-scoring venue.
Yeah, it is a low-scoring venue. You would think it would be a fast-scoring venue because it's obviously the boundaries aren't that big, but the pitch isn't. It isn't a flat pitch that you'd want it, or you would hope it would be for a white ball game.
Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and it's out. It's a reverse sweep from Tom Latham, and it's hit him on the full directly in front. Adil Rashid gave that ball a huge amount of air, and it actually hit him on the full, but it first of all drifted in the air and then dipped, and that I think is what undid Latham.
Yeah, impressive bowling. That must be about 45 miles an hour. He's really thrown that up there. But what I think is impressive about that from Rashid is he's kept the field the same, so he's got a leg slip in there. Tom Latham's a big sweeper and paddle sweeper, but he doesn't often play the reverse sweep. So he's moved the field to make Tom Latham play that shot, and he's got his just rewards.
I think Tom Latham can believe he's missed that. It was a big looping full toss, and it's just dipped on him. Like Cam said, and I think his eyes lit up that much. He's trying to hit it too hard, and then because there's no pace on it, he tried to guide it in the end and hope that he could just help it round the corner. Completely got his feet in a muddle, got his head fallen over, and all managed to just dip, bounce, and Tom Latham didn't even look at Darren Mitchell. Because he was off balance and he's heading towards the non-strikers, he's taking off for a run. I don't even think he looked up towards the umpire. He gave up there with about 2 steps down the wicket. He knew he was LBW. He knew you'd been bamboozled in flight and in dip, and he knew that he'd completely made a hash of the shot execution.
That drift was absolutely fabulous from Adil Rashid, and it really was. He tossed it up well above the batsman's eye line. Beautifully bowled. I tell you what, gents, 105 for 2, New Zealand cruising, 112 for 4 with 64 runs still required. The rabbit may yet be pulled from the hat.
Yeah, again, like last time, New Zealand were teetering but managed to get over the line.
Pushed away by new batsman Michael Bracewell. Bats left-handed, of course. Bowls right hand off spin, and bowled very well today in the brief spell that he had. Just the 4 overs, but 1 for 16. Bowled a beauty to get rid of Sam Curran. And Darryl Mitchell once again is going to have to see New Zealand home. Make sure that they don't throw this game away. They were in complete control of it, really. He dominated England's innings with the ball, and England just never ever got going. 175 all out, 42 from Jamie Overton in a rescue act, and 34 and a run a ball from Harry Brook. Here's Adil Rashid once again. That one leg side-ish. Michael Bracewell defends it. I think I may have underestimated how much dip there was when at the end of that delivery. I said it hit him on the full. I think it did actually dip enough to pitch, didn't it?
It did bounce. It just
hit him on the half volley, right in front of the stumps. Wrong one again from Adil Rashid. Turns away from Bracewell, pushes it away defensively into the offside. no runs. 64 more runs to win. And I tell you, if England can really apply the pressure for the next 3, 4, 5 overs, maybe sneak another wicket, they can win this game. It's a game they've been losing. They've been 3-0 down, 4-0 down in football terms. So it'll be a heck of a comeback if they are to turn it around. Halfway stage reached now. 25 overs gone. 112 for 4. Is it game on, or is it still very much New Zealand's, Cameron Steele?
I think it's still very much New Zealand, but will England be ruining the fact that they didn't get 250? I mean, with an extra 70 runs on the board, you just wonder whether England would feel in much stronger position here, especially with Adil Rashid. 6 overs to go. Would they have had to bowl Jofra Archer his 8 overs already? Who knows?
Jofra only having 2 overs left. Still think New Zealand are well ahead of the game. I think if Adil Rashid, who's got 157 ODI wickets, needs 1 more to go level with the great man Darren Gough, 2 more to pass him. I think if that number gets from 157 to 160 manners, we might have a chance of winning.
It's interesting, we were just looking at a graphic of the top 10 leading wicket takers in ODI cricket for England. Here is Jofra Archer bowling his 9th over. That's defended by Daryl Mitchell. There's no run. Top of the list, Jimmy Anderson, 269. In 10th place, Paul Collingwood with 111 wickets. How many did you take?
I had about 80, I think, 70, 80. I had a 5-year sabbatical, didn't I? I retired for a little bit. Collie played a lot of games. Collie played a hell of a lot of games and bowled a lot of overs in ODI cricket, especially at the start of his career, the early part of his career. I think I can hear, I know for a fact I got the wickets wrong because I could hear Gough off his long run telling us I did get the wickets wrong.
Archer, and again, pushed square of the wicket on the offside. No run.
I think he got more than 157, didn't you, Darren? I think he got over 200, 226, I think it was. 234, even more you got. I'm not giving you that one. He says 235, one for the rest of the world. You're not having that one. Well, Jon Norman said it was Sangakkara, so it's not a bad one anyway.
That rest of the world series was in 2005, wasn't it?
No, it was a different one.
Oh, it was a different one, was it? Okay.
I played on that stag do.
Here is Archer again. Oh, good delivery. That one bounced outside, whizzing past the shoulder of the bat into the gloves of Joss Butler. So, but the rest of the world series and the one-off super test, the 6-day super test, which lasted 3.5 days.
3.5, yeah. Which half of our team weren't that interested in playing. Not just out of the fact that Brett Lee bowled. But I don't think he bowled a ball under 92 mile an hour.
That was an official test match, and they were official one-day internationals.
Went on
your on your career
averages. There was 3 ODIs. I got brought into the squad for the last one, I think it was. I think Shoaib got a little niggle. Didn't play in the last one. I think I got brought into the squad. It was freezing inside the rugby stadium in Sydney.
Here is Jofra Archer. It's pushed away defensively out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Do you remember who the 12th man was in the Super Test?
In the Test match?
Yeah.
Sean Pollock.
Yeah, Sean Pollock. There was a theory that nobody else would have been prepared to carry drinks.
Yeah, it was Sean Pollock and Shoaib Akhtar were the 2 that got left out. And I remember Shoaib came in after one net session trying to get out doing 12th man duty. And Kirk Russell was our physio. The England physio was the World 11 physio. And Shoaib's giving it, I don't feel well. And that was the line when Fred looked at him and went, it's no good look, because he had a vest on, no look good looking like Tarzan and bowling like Jane.
Here's Archer. Again, bangs it in short. That's testing Mitchell, and he's up to the job of defending it on the back foot. So that was a real line. I thought that was a pocket.
No, it was a real line.
So he had a singlet, a sleeveless
vest on, trying to complain and get 3 days off because he wasn't going to play in the Test match. And Andrew Flintoff did say to him, no good looking like Tarzan and bowling like Jane. To which, when we got to Pakistan about a month later, he bowled like the wind, never mind like Tarzan.
He did bowl like Tarzan.
He did, and then he bowled him in Multan, didn't he, and started pumping his chest out.
He had a sense of humour, actually. So backed up. Here is Archer again. Oh, it's a good delivery. Didn't bounce quite as much as Mitchell. He was looking to duck. It didn't get up as much as he thought. And in the end, he's just sort of half swayed out of the way and half ducked. But he has got out of the way of it. 9 overs bowled by Jofra Archer now, and very, very clear that New Zealand have just decided that more than half their job will be done if they don't let Archer take another wicket.
Just get through Jofra Archer and then get through 6 more balls, 2 for 19. If that's 2 for 19 off 10, I don't think New Zealand will be too worried. Remember that Sydney pitch, it was a dry surface. I mean, yesterday the world played 2 spinners, Victoria and Muralitharan. We only played 1 seamer. I was the only seamer that played. Callis and Flintoff were the other 2 seam options. 2 all-rounders, me, Murali and Vittori. And Sean Pollock was carrying drinks.
Here's Adil Rashid, another wrong un to Michael Bracewell. Tries to play it off the back foot and is beaten by the turn. Bracewell yet to get off the mark after 6 deliveries. Did you ever bowl 4 maidens in a one-day international?
Not in a one-day international.
Did you ever bowl 1 maiden? Yeah, of course you did.
I would have bowled. Yeah.
The reason I ask is Adil Rashid is into Bracewell, who is being tied up in knots at the moment by Adil Rashid. He doesn't know which way it's turning. He's not picking it. He's just happy that if he can defend each delivery. Jofra Archer's figures at the moment: 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19. And if you bear in mind that he's had 3 boundaries off the edge, so he's basically, New Zealand have scored 7 runs intentionally against him in 9 overs. The next one is again defended somehow in a haphazard fashion by Bracewell. Archer, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19, 3 boundaries off the edge. Anyway, he needed to take 5 probably for England to have a chance. 112 for 4. They've not scored for the last 2.5 overs. We've had 2 consecutive maidens from Rashid and Archer, as Bracewell again defends the next one from Adil Rashid, a left-handed Bracewell. None from 9. Darryl Mitchell 33 from 43. Still 64 more runs from 140 balls, so time's not a problem. New Zealand can take their time as long as they don't lose any more wickets. Is just slightly too short from Rashid, allowing Bracewell to punch it off the back foot down to Sam Curran at long on. Sam Curran today, 3 overs for 26, and one hesitates to say it, but it's not just on today. Harmy's been saying it for ages, so I can just quote him. He's looking less and less like the part of an all-rounder, really, with the ball, isn't he?
I just think the clarity of role for Sam in 50-over cricket, we've now found it in T20 cricket.
Quicker one from Adil Rashid this time, and it's called wide, maybe slightly harshly. It seems to be within the guideline, the tram lines, but yeah, I guess Mitchell hadn't moved. It did look quite wide, so we'll have to bowl that one again. New Zealand finally get moving once more. Ripping leg spinner now, and that one fizzes past the outside edge. Just when you think the pitch isn't doing much, Rashid turns one like that. 27 overs gone, 114 for 4.
Yeah, I just think the Sam one is, I'm a big fan, Manners, I'm a big fan of Sam. We speak to him, we heard him, and he came out fighting verbally when he wasn't in the team. Asked why he wasn't in the team, went away. Like Cam said earlier, when we were talking about earlier, he had a role in 4-day cricket, got some runs under his belt for Surrey, captained the Blast, captained it very well, had good tournaments around the world, and I think England found a role for him in T20 cricket. There was a clear, definitive role in T20 cricket. I'm not sure in 50-over cricket there is a definitive role for him. Don't think his bowling is strong enough outside the subcontinent to bowl 10, and I think if that's the case, he has to bat in the top 6.
Last over, slower ball attempted by Jofra Archer, last over for him, and that one slipped out. It's gone past a full toss at thigh height, maybe. Michael Bracewell looked very, very surprised. He was thinking that should have been a no ball.
No ball for me.
It was above waist height.
I think it was.
No ball, Cam Steele?
I think that's probably a no ball as well. I'm not sure. It's not been called, has it?
No, and that's why Michael Bracewell is blinking like a a man who's just woken up in the early morning light. He's just looking to... What?
Coffee about half an hour ago.
Archer in bouncer to Bracewell. He saw that one all right. The eyes are wide as that one passed over the top of his head, and he's a grin now. And Jofra Archer's obviously said something to him, and he's grinning. That's one of the many charming things about cricket games between these two countries, is the spirit that they're played in. Very few figures of controversy, very, very little rancour, and if there is, it doesn't last long. Daryl Mitchell seems to have the ability to get under England players' skin.
It helps when two of your great players are coaching the opposition.
True enough. Good point. Archer in again, looks for the Yorker and finds it, but Bracewell has the answer and drives it. Not only does he drive it, but he drives it for 4. Mid-on, quite wide. Much needed boundary to ease the pressure on New Zealand.
You talk about Mitchell getting under England's skin. He spent a lot of time in Western Australia, so that might be why.
Is that like a university course?
But yeah, you can't be Western Australian and not piss people off.
Irritating. Well, he's hanging around once again, and is a thorn in England's side. Daryl Mitchell 33 from 44 balls. Michael Bracewell with that boundary moves up to 5, 118 for 4. Pushed away by Bracewell once again, out on the onside, and there's no run. Most maidens for England in ODIs. Anderson, Gough, De Freitas, Botham. 125, 120, 113 and 109. Anderson, Gough, De Freitas and Botham, all with over 100 ODI maidens. Steve Harmison bowled how many? Here's another bouncer from Jofra Archer. Apologies if anybody was offended by Cameron Steele's fruity language a little earlier.
Apologies. I won't do it again.
I apologise for you. It's okay. So how many, Harmy?
Maidens?
Yeah.
Oh.
So four England players bowled over 100 maidens. I've named them.
Played 50, I would say 20.
Good guess, 29.
29. I bowled a lot of wides in the early part of my career, so it was like 1 and over. So I'd have built up pressure and then released it with a wide. So yeah, I was good at that. I kept the batter on strike.
Good honest assessment, Harmy. Down the leg side, that could be out. There's a noise, there's a tickle down the leg side. Paul Rifle has a smile on his face because he knows he doesn't need to raise the finger. Bracewell's off, he's marching. He's got his bat under his arm. Archer has another wicket. He's got 3. It was the last ball of his spell, and the last 3 overs, New Zealand have very clearly been setting their stall out to survive Archer, and they just when they thought they'd done it, he's caught down the leg side.
Yeah, Jofra Archer's bowled so many good balls so far. I think that's what he's more or less saying to himself there as he runs away and celebrates. I've run up and bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, bowled some absolute jaffers. And getting a wicket with a strangle down leg side. I see a strangle. As a quick bowler, you do get the sort of glove, the fine nicks. Good bowling from Archer, an excellent display. If we are having one eye on the Ashes and talking about this being a starter for the main course, well, we had Bryden Cast last week, the other day getting 3 for 45 off his 10, building up towards the Australian first test match. Archer 3 for 23 off 10. Is it going to be in a winning cause or a losing cause? I suggest a losing cause, but I'll tell you what it is. For England fans going forward, this is brilliant to see. Fantastic from Jofra Archer. He's finished his 10 overs, giving England an outside chance here of victory in the second ODI.
10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 23. Brilliant stuff from Jofra Archer. And again, the last 2 wickets down to pace. And pace alone, other than the first wicket, which was down to extreme movement with the new Kookaburra. Time for a change in the commentary box. Cameron Steele, Steve Harmison and myself, Neil Manthorp, will make way for the next half an hour or so. You'll hear the dulcet tones of Darren Gough and Jon Norman after this ball from Adil Rashid, which is a full toss, and it's pushed down the ground by Daryl Mitchell, who moves on to 34. New Zealand 119 for 5. We are making it sound very much like it's a foregone conclusion and done and dusted, but there's still a bit of work for New Zealand to do, Darren Gough.
Well, there is now. Huge wicket, wasn't it, the last one? Jofra Archer, usually impressive. 10 overs, 3 for 23. Really impressive from the off. Pace, bounce, seam movement, everything you want to see from your prime best fast bowler.
And they got another good one in Adil Rashid, which is forced through the offside. I suppose, in a way, Michael Bracewell did the job for the captain. Saw off Jofra Archer, dismissed final ball, and now Santner can come in and, hit a few lusty blows.
He's happy, isn't he? Jofra Archer, you get a wicket with your last ball.
Tossed up and defended to the offside. He's bowled really well.
Absolutely, and it's good to see. We've all been waiting. The next one we want to see is Mark Wood, because we haven't seen him since February.
No, we haven't. You've just recorded an interview with Robert Craddock, haven't you?
Yeah.
And he was quick to seize on that as a reason why Australia are going to win. On the sweep is Daryl Mitchell. He's going to have to start upping the ante a little. He wanted to just see off Jofra Archer, but this is a finally hit sweep shot all along the grounds, just backward a square. And Rashid goes for 4. New Zealand move closer, but I tell you what, Gough, I think this game's still alive.
Absolutely still alive. I think whoever he brings on next now is a big part of the game. He's got to keep Adil Rashid on, he's a wicket taker. But he's got to bring one of his seamers back and try and knock another couple of wickets.
Rashid again, this is over pitch a touch that allows Mitchell to come forward and almost dead bat the ball. 38 from 48. He's been such a thorn in England's side. Averages over 90 in ODI cricket against them. He's got a terrific record in all formats. Santner new to the crease. The score 124 for 5. New Zealand need 176. Lots of time. 32 overs. Again, this is a full delivery, which Mitchell pushes up to long off for a single. End of another good over from, or a decent over from New Zealand actually. 7 runs coming from Adil Rashid's over. And I imagine Bryden Cass will be getting himself ready, because alongside Jofra Archer, those two set the innings up beautifully for England. New Zealand found it very difficult to score in that first 8 overs, didn't they?
But I think that's part of the frustration, though, as we're sitting here and we're commentating on the game, and we can see, but the pitch has done a bit with the new ball, right? But England didn't think, I tell you what, we get to 230 here, that's a winning score. They didn't. They still keep trying to score at get 320, 330, which is almost impossible on a pitch like this. It takes a miracle. And now we could be ending up, we could have easily won.
And it is Bryden Cass. First ball, one hand off the bat, forcing shot from Mitchell, but no timing. And it's no run. 125 for 5. Mitchell and Bracewell just tried to see Archer off. I mean, there is still a lot of time. I suppose they could adopt a similar tactic to Bryden Cass, but I'd be surprised. I mean, Mitchell can go defensive, much to the angst of the opposition when they're England. But I think the game is there to be won. And again, it's pushed into the covers. Quickly taken single, shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's fielded, backed up by Jofra Archer. Another run to the score. 50 needed from 124 deliveries. 5 wickets in hand for New Zealand.
Yeah, you have to see your team home now. They've got 2 players who play like, well, 3 really with Latham. They've got Mitchell and they've got Williamson. One of them tends to be the ones that they want to see back through. It gives them 3 opportunities for one of them to work. And Mitchell has been outstanding. Got 70s in the first one-day international. He's 40 and out from 51 in this one. So, Bryden Cass, number 24 of 5.2, needs to get a wicket, and preferably Mitchell.
Santner facing, though, the left-handed skipper. And this good length delivery, but with good lift. There's still good bounce there, especially from Bryden Cass. And Santner takes a single. He moves to 2. That brings Mitchell back on strike. Yeah, get rid of him. You know, Zachary Folkes, Nathan Smith to come. Not a lot of experience there. Bowling all-rounders. You never know.
Absolutely, you never know. When you got a ball that's just nibbling around, it seems to be doing more under the lights as well, doesn't it? It's been consistent movement. It flattened out in that first innings, but there's been consistent movement throughout.
Cast again, and this is played on the up by Daryl Mitchell. Straight blade, opens a face and arrows this out to the cover boundary fielder for another run. 128 for 5. 48 needed from 122 balls. England need to bowl New Zealand out. Essentially, it's as simple as that.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more simpler. But good work out here. England under par with a bat, but with a ball they've been spot on.
Pass again, round the wicket, and he's just drifting onto the pads of Mitchell Santner, who comes forward, flicks the ball square of the wicket. 4 singles in the over, 1 ball left of cast 6th. New Zealand at 129 for 5. Jacob Bethel's played all 5 games so far. He's kind of got starts, I think. Let's have a quick look at his scores. Yeah, will be disappointed with his dismissal today, pulling a short delivery, first ball after the drink, straight down the throat of the fielder at square leg. Scores a 15, 24, 2. There's a washout, of course, that 30-20. Left alone this time from Mitchell. And 18 today. So, you know, I think England would have been hoping for some scores there. There is a bit of debate about who should bat at 3 for England in the Ashes. You know, I'm not saying he could have answered those questions, but certainly if he scores a match-winning 50-odd here and a 30 and a 40, certainly that the murmuring will become a touch louder. But as it is, 15-24 in the first 2 T20s, 2 and 18, leaves us no closer to really know anything. Santner, though, facing up Adil Rashid, and he goes downtown, lofts this, doesn't move, and just watches as the ball slaps into the stands, fielded by some of the kids. They're on the chase to get over that fence and retrieve the ball. That's a good shot from Santner. 6 from the bat, and New Zealand moved to 135 for 5.
Googly as well, picked it and absolutely backed himself to clear the ropes. He tried to take down Rashid in the last one there as well, didn't he? And eventually got out to him. He likes to play attacking shots against the spinners. He's got long levers. He hits the ball clean. He's a good white ball cricketer, full stop. Santner. T20, I think he's the king spin bowler in T20. Not as effective in the 50 over, I believe, as he is in T20s.
Rashid again. This is a touch flatter, and Santner will take a single up to long off. He moves to 10. The score 137 for 5. Yeah, he hit 2 big sixes and then perished trying for a third, didn't he, in that first ODI? And I think he had Mitchell at the other end on that occasion as well. I suppose that gives him the freedom to go for the shots, knowing that there is a set batter at the other end who's just going to stay in his bubble and play his way. 1 slip in place. Rashid is in, and this is defended straight back to the bowler from the big bat of Daryl Mitchell.
It's amazing, isn't it, when players have preferred opposition, right? Whether it's be you're playing against your favourite county, you always seem to do well, or your favourite country, and you seem to be in the runs.
Down the track, and Rashid is smoked for 6 again. This is a flatter 6. Slaps into the sight screen. Jamie Overton's going to retrieve the ball. New Zealand 6 runs nearer to a series win.
Well, that stayed it. That was a beautiful shot, actually, from Mitchell. Used his feet just really late, lobbed up by Rashid, got to the pitch of it, and bang, 6 runs.
Rashid again. Now on the reverse is Daryl Mitchell. He got dropped playing the reverse against Rashid in the first ODI. But this is all along the ground, down to vacant third for another boundary, and it's 50 up for Daryl Mitchell as well. That average against England in ODI cricket is pushing up towards 100 now. 51 not out from 56 balls. He's doing another great job for his country. 146 to 5 New Zealand. They need just 30 to win this second ODI. And Mitchell will block the last ball out. Good over for New Zealand there.
Yeah, good over, good batting actually. Changed the momentum of the game again. 30 now from 114 balls. Rashid's bowled 8 overs now, 1 for 48. I think they're going to have to go seam at both ends now. Mitchell 51 from 57, been outstanding really. He's been the saviour. Ravindra played actually well. Pick up a nice 50 before he perished to Jofra Archer in his second spell. And Santner come to the crease. And he's a nice little 6 against Rashid. And he's steadied the ship. 146 for 5 New Zealand.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit of deja vu. Underpass score with the bat after England's top order is blown away. And with the ball in hand, early successes, but running out of steam, and it's very familiar faces of Daryl Mitchell and Mitchell Santner, the Mitchell brothers, who we're going to see potentially New Zealand home. They do have a terrific record. I mean, they are ranked number 2 in the world. England down at number 8 in ODI cricket. And I hate to say it, Goughy, but you kind of see why in these last 2 ODIs. Looked a much more secure team than the T20s.
Well, I'll say it again, and I think it's about cricketing intelligence, and sometimes you've got to assess the pitch. And although it did flatten out in the day part of the game, they should have been looking at it and thinking, you know, it's done a bit with the new ball, it's going to do it under the lights. If we can get somewhere around that 220, 230 mark, it could be a winning score. But the mentality of this team is to just keep coming and coming and coming and try and get 320 every single game, minimum, right? Looking at 400, that's their dream target. And to be honest, you get 220, 230, they'd have probably won this game. And it just goes to show there's got to be some cricket intelligence at the 50-over game. It's not T20. You cannot commit to smashing the ball to all parts consistently for 50 overs. It's impossible. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that, you know, made sense in the 80s, the 90s, and throughout. Bat your 50 overs. That's the first one.
Well, yeah, we've been dismissed for 30-odd overs, both games.
Yeah. 36 overs in this
match.
50
overs, we could have won both games.
Yeah, 35.2 overs in the first ODI and 36 overs in this one. And it's just, the other thing, you talk about the lights. New Zealand should have started their innings an hour before the lights came in, so they would have had that new ball spell of 10 overs, which is very difficult. Then the floodlights come on. The ball would have dominated bat, possibly. Short delivery from Cass, and Mitchell Santner ducks under it.
I think it's definitely done more, though, under the lights. It's been consistent movement, the whole innings. It's had spin from Rashid, and we've had seam movement. I mean, excessive seam movement from Archer with a new ball. Those nip backers were nipping back. I mean, they were almost like first day of a pitch after 2 days' rain. That first half an hour for opening batters going out there, where there was excessive seam movement.
Santner facing up as Cass is in again. Very short delivery. Santner rides the bounce. Gary Morgan, our scorer, sending us some reason for cheer. New Zealand's biggest collapse of 5 wickets to end a match is 5 for 3 against Australia in Christchurch in 1990. So, you know, they did that here. England would win. And they also lost 5 for 2 to end a match against Pakistan at Lahore in 2003. So, has been done before, but
reverse swing might have been back then.
Well, yeah. At 30 needed from 112 balls. This is helped away. Up and over fine leg for 6. Mitchell Santner goes big again. There's a lady in the crowd who's just warm on the shin. I think she's going to be okay. 24 needed now for New Zealand to win the match and take the series.
Good shot, actually, from Mitch Santner. Short ball from Cass, trying to be aggressive in his nature with a short ball, but he's just helped that on the way. Absolutely wonderful shot.
Pass again, goes short again, this time on off stump. Santner was able to get inside the line and really help it fine on this occasion. Just plays it back to the bowler. He's had Santner hopping around for a couple of deliveries in this over, but perfect riposte really. 6 into the stands. And it's surely plain sailing for New Zealand from here. 24 needed with Mitchell Santner at the crease. 16 from 9. The black cap skipper. Cass again. This is swatted, flat batted. Square of the wicket and away for 4. Extraordinary shot. All those short deliveries and then suddenly one that almost seemed to keep a touch low. Mitchell Santner was alert to it. I'm not sure it was a slow delivery, wasn't it? He waited for it and just swatted it really over short mid wicket and away to the boundary for 4.
Picked it, absolutely picked it, and played a great shot through mid wicket. Hit with the spin as well to the leg side.
Last ball of the over. Cass is in, and he might have to bowl that one again down the leg side. Yep, Paul Rifle indicates wide. So the score moves on. 157 for 5. England look a beaten side now.
They do, but look, you should always have belief, and there's been a lot of hat-tricks in one-day international cricket, right? And an hat-trick here changes the game again.
I know, you always thought that.
Oh, that's the way I've always thought about things. The game is never over. It takes a bit of magic from one bowler. Bang, 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 and it's a no ball now. Well, that's not going to be a bit of magic. It's a free hit now, isn't it?
It is a free hit.
Oh dear. Oh, that's not what you want, is it? It would spoil your figures.
It is a no ball. It's a close one, but it is a no ball. He has overstepped on a couple of occasions in this series so far. They do call them quite late in New Zealand. Either way, free hit for Mitchell Santner, who's 20 not out. Left-hander. Cass is in. Santner tries to heave this. It's almost a thick inside edge. It goes square of the wicket. He's trying to hit it straight. Fielded on the boundary. So 1 run to end the over. 12 runs coming from it. And New Zealand need 18 runs to win. Santner is 21, Mitchell 51.
Yeah, and it's about partnerships. Look at the difference there. You've got 2 players for New Zealand. We've got 50s. Ravindra, 54 from 58. Mitchell, 51 not out from 57. They've put New Zealand in the box seat. Chasing 176 for victory. England got starts, but too many players give their wicket away. Jamie Overton, the pick of the batters, 42 from 28 deliveries, but the bowling in New Zealand was excellent. Tickner 4 for 34 from his 8, put them in a commanding position. And although Jofra Archer has been outstanding for England, New Zealand are close to victory and a series win.
Jamie Overton it is then, all smiles. He did pick up a wicket. 1 for 21 from his 4 overs to go with the 42. He top scored in England's 175. First delivery short, and Mitchell Santner just steps away from the crease and lofts this up and over the cover to the boundary for 4. There's nobody out there, so relatively risk-free shot. And, New Zealand are accelerating towards that victory target.
Yeah, a bit predictable, I think now. I think they've realised now, but he's going to get short ball after short ball. Santner, and he's hitting it both sides, isn't it? On the offside now, opened it up.
Overton again, dug in, left alone by Santner, who takes a look at the square leg umpire, but it's not going to be given as wide. 162 for 5. Any positives at all, Goughy, from the 2 matches? I mean, it's
Overton's
slim,
done all right,
slim pickings.
Overton's played well down the order. and you need your number 7, your number 8 to chip in with runs.
Steps away again to Santner. He might be in trouble here. No, he's going to get away from it. Get away with it. Rashid is up inside the circle at mid-off. This is a top-edged pull, and it's just lobbed over the leg spinner, and it allows Santner to come back for a second.
What I do think is, but I think it is about building up for the Ashes. They're not going to admit it, but you've got players who have just flown in, had a couple of days practice and trying to find some form now in a one-day international on a pitch that's doing a bit before they go and compete in the Ashes.
Down the leg side, there was a noise. I'm not sure if it hit the bat there. No, called a wide.
Oh, very honest.
Do you know what?
Asked him if he hit it.
I thought if my eyes deceived me, my ears didn't. There was a definite sound of the bat on the ball.
I tell you what, if he'd have said, "Did you hit it?" and it went straight into the keeper's gloves, he'd have said no.
Well, wide has been signalled, and Jamie Overton has asked Mitchell Santner if he hit it. Mitchell Santner's nodded his head and said, "Yes, I hit it." And Jamie Overton saying, "Well, can't you overturn that then, ump?" And the umpire's saying, "No, I've called a wide." Imagine that happened in the Ashes. Overton again, short again on the body of Santner, who swivels, pulls, takes a single, fielded by Joe Root. Yeah, all of England will be hoping for more returns during the Ashes, hopefully in the third ODI. Overton's still talking about that wide call. What is the law? Can the umpire can withdraw?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't, no, but he can do.
Or can he? Can he only do it if they review it, the decision?
Short again, and it's Mitchell, who we haven't spoken about for a while. Short delivery, attempted pull from Mitchell. It actually goes straight, about a metre to the left of Overton, and it's fielded by Rashid. 9 needed then, 5 wickets in hand. Darren Mitchell is going to go back-to-back in the 50s stakes, and 2 red inkers as well. Manners knows it can. I thought he'd be able to. You can withdraw an appeal, right? So surely you can change a decision. Oh, what a shot from Mitchell Santner. He's just toying with England now. Short again, steps away. He doesn't go to the leg side nor the off, just hits this straight aerial and launched into the stands for 6. Expensive over. 3 needed now for New Zealand to cap off a comfortable win at a ground which they just do not lose at.
I'll tell you what, that was a shot and a half. I tell you, Santner's come to the crease and made it look like it's flattest pitch we've seen. He's made it just look unbelievably easy. Some of these shots he played have been outstanding. They've gone for a short pitched theory to him, and he's just backed himself and his eye to hit 4s and 6s, and he has continued to do that. The skipper of New Zealand. There you go, gives himself a bit of room. Look at the contact, beautiful. Middle of the bat, down the ground, maximum.
How has Mitchell Santner only got a top score of 67?
Amazing, really.
In 50 over cricket when he's played 120 matches. I don't know if that's possible. Cast it is. And Darren Mitchell is going to win the game for New Zealand with a thick outside edge, which flies down to the boundary. Can't be cut off by Adil Rashid, running around from 3rd. So Mitchell ends up unbeaten at 56. A lovely cameo from Mitchell Santner at the end of the innings. A 17-ball 34. New Zealand win the game by 5 wickets, and in doing so take the series 2-0 with 1 to play. But really the story of the match happened when England were batting. Under par 175, a top score of 42 from Jamie Overton. Only one other player went past 25. The second match in a row they just did not fire with the bat. There was An impressive return to action from Jofra Archer, who picked up 3 wickets, but it was always asking for too much of England to make a game of it, let alone win it. And in the end, it's a familiar sight of Daryl Mitchell walking off unbeaten. And New Zealand's terrific record in 50-over cricket against England in this country continues, Gough.
Yeah, a bit of work to be done for England in the longer white ball format. We just can't seem to get in a string of results together. Some ridiculously poor play in these last 2 one-day internationals. Been bowled out for in less than 40 overs on both games. Trying to go for impossible scores on the pitches that have just nibbled around a bit. Typical New Zealand type pitches. And if it was sensible, getting around that 220, 230 mark, you never know, might have been winning scores. But it wasn't to be. England have got work to do. New Zealand have been magnificent. But the one pleasing sight for me, Jofra Archer coming out and having a ball and bowling with pace and fire and accuracy, seam movement. 3 for 23 from his 10 overs. So well done, Jofra. It's a nice start to your winter's work. Keep it up. But for England as a team, work to be done.
Brilliant stuff. Big thanks to Cam Steele, who's part of the commentary team today. I think I've convinced him to do it all over again on Friday night, Saturday morning. We shall see. But coming up very shortly here on talkSPORT 2, it will be Following On, hosted by Neil Manthorp with Darren Gough and Steve Harmison.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to Following On as we look back at England's 5-wicket defeat in the second one-day international in Hamilton. I'm Neil Manthorp, and I'm joined by former England fast bowlers Steve Harmison and Darren Gough to dissect all the action from Seddon Park. We'll look back at yet another abject performance with the bat by England. We'll talk about why they can't bat out the full 50 overs, and we'll discuss a dream return to the New Zealand setup for seamer Blair Tickner. We'll also get reaction from both camps as well, so plenty to come over the next 25 minutes or so. This is Following On. Well, England bowled out for 175, having been asked to bat first by New Zealand. It really was a poor display. A run of ball 34 from Harry Brook did nothing more than take England to 105 for 6, at which point Jamie Overton attempted to launch something of a rescue effort with a top score of 42 from 28 balls. But really a selection of poor shots. Some good deliveries. Ben Duckett got a good one from Jacob Duffy. And Joe Root was perhaps unlucky to be caught down the leg side by Tickner, giving him his first of his 4 wickets, 4 for 34 on his return to the team after a traumatic 2 years out of the setup in which his wife was diagnosed with leukemia. And, well, he never thought he would play another international game, but he did. Some poor shots, as I said, from England. Harry Brook cutting one to backward point. Jacob Bethel pulling a short ball straight to deep square leg. So New Zealand left with a target of just 176 for victory, romped to victory with 16.5 overs to spare. For the second time, led by Daryl Mitchell with an unbeaten 56. Mitch Santner, the New Zealand captain's in a bit of form with the bat as well. 34 not out from 17 balls. Jofra Archer was outstanding. That's the good news for England. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 23. He looked quick, he looked sharp, incisive. But other than that, Darren Gough and Steve Harmison, this was a day to forget for England.
Oh, it's been a series to forget, hasn't it? The 50 over part. I think it just sums up where we're at. New Zealand are a very organised side. They know how to get the job done. They've got players in their side who we know can bat long, whether it be Latham, whether it be Mitchell, whether it be Williamson. And I think England have got a game plan. They're adamant they're going to stick to it no matter what. They're trying to play 50 over cricket, almost like they play T20 cricket. Cricket intelligence today tells you, but the ball's done a little bit with a new ball. It's only going to do more under the lights, which it did. England would have got a reasonable score around that 230, 240 mark. It would have given them put a lot of pressure on New Zealand, but we're still going for that magic 300 plus mark sometimes 400. We're going to do it now and again and look the best team in the world. And we could beat any team in the world because we've got talented cricketers. But consistency tells you over many years of watching 50-over cricket, you have to be consistent in your performance. And we can't just go out there saying, I'll tell you what, we're just going to go out and hit it further than anybody else. We're going to hit more sixes and fours than anybody else. And then when we bowl, we're going to bowl them out. It's not as easy as that. If it were that easy, we'd have all been brilliant players, you know. So there's a bit of work to be done in the 50 overs. T20s, we are brilliant. We're fantastic. It's brilliant to watch. I love the brand. We've got the players to play that way for T20 cricket. We've got some organisation to do and some game plans to talk about and start having meetings about how we're going to play 50-over cricket. Because New Zealand, organised, passionate, brains. England, absolute all over the shop this series.
Darren's got a good point, hasn't he? If Usain Bolt was asked to run 400 metres, he wouldn't run it at the same speed that he runs 100.
No, he wouldn't. And then, he might be on a similar track. But I think, Gough always makes the good, the good points. And I mean, the brains bit, that's the thing for me. It really is. I mean, it's all right having this game plan. You go out there, we hit more boundaries than the opposition. We want to entertain. We want to hit sixes and fours. We want to go harder. That's what we know what Harry's going to say. Harry's going to say we want to. We'll be back next week and we'll be going harder. You've got to have the surface to go harder on. You have to have the surface to go harder on. You can't win games of cricket by batting 35 overs. You can't. It's impossible. By batting 35 overs last week, over the weekend, 36 overs today, you can't win 50-over cricket matches by playing, reckless shots in 36 overs. It just doesn't. It doesn't work, and it will never work. And it's not just in these two games. I think there's been a demise of England's 50-over cricket. I think they're struggling with the balance of the side. I think they're struggling with. I came into this contest talking about the balance of the side and the bowlers. You can't blame the bowlers there. I mean, the bowlers have nearly pulled a rabbit out of the hat and given themselves a little bit of a game. 275, 280 on Saturday, on Sunday. England had a chance. Gough says 230. I would say probably 250, 260 in this game. England had a chance with the bowlers. The way they executed their plans. But I look at that batting unit and go, Jamie Smith, one of the best players in the country, wicketkeeper batters in the country. Yes. Ben Duckett, one of the best opening batters in world cricket at this moment in time. Yes. Joe Root, one of the greatest players that's ever played the game. Jacob Bethel, an exciting, promising young player who's going to potentially bat number 3 in the Ashes. Harry Brook, England's, one of England's best players in both, red ball and white ball format. And Joss Butler, probably the best white ball player that we've ever had. So it's not as though we're throwing young kids in the deep end. It's not as though we're throwing young players or inexperienced players or players who we're not sure could be good enough. 6 names I've just mentioned there are all top quality players. And in 2 games so far, they're the ones that let England down. They're the ones. The batters have let England down. The reason why they've batted 35 overs and 36 overs is because England have been in the game. In the last game, they were 10 for 4, 33 for 5, 56 for 6. In this game, 63 for 4, 81 for 5. You're not batting 50 overs. You don't bat 50 overs against any team. You're not winning, and you're not winning games, no matter where the teams are. What England are going to run the risk of, and this won't happen. But God forbid if they keep going the way they're going, they run the risk of not qualifying. Imagine having to go to Zimbabwe June, July to qualify for an ICC tournament. Because that's where they're going.
It's the top 8 qualify automatically, but South Africa are guaranteed a place in the top 8, so they qualify. So England it's actually 9th place.
So England are 8th at the minute, though.
So it's top 9, but West Indies and Bangladesh, the only 2 teams below them. They need to sort it out. I mean, there will be plenty of people saying, well, we hear you guys in the commentary box, all you've been talking about for the last month or 2 is the Ashes. This is an hors d'oeuvre, this is a warm-up for the Ashes. So who could blame the England players for being distracted by the Ashes? But
we're not going to play like that. What we've just seen, if we go to the Ashes and play like that, we're going to lose 5-0. You can't go out and play like that on pitches that nibble around a bit. I think we both agree here. We've got good players. You can't argue with that 6 he's just talked about there. Fantastic players. But this whole interview stuff and mentality about, we just could hit more 6s and 4s. It's not as easy as that. If it was that easy, we'd all be brilliant. Because you can't. Sometimes you have to assess the pitch, communicate with your team, have a meeting about it before, and what happens there's a bit of bounce, there's a bit of seam with the new ball. And it's, to be honest, New Zealand had the harder conditions. It seemed throughout when England bowled under the lights, Jofra Archer was unplayable with the new ball. But you can't go out there thinking you're going to score on that sort of pitch 380, 390. It ain't happening. It's happening once every 7, 8 games, 9 games.
And you're giving yourself a chance. You look at the scorecard, and Kane Williamson got out, caught down leg side, 21 off 39. Rachin Ravindra, he had 54 off 58. For a large proportion of that innings, he was miles behind balls faced per run scored. But what they did was they give the rest of their batting unit a chance to score the runs.
They softened the Kookaburra balls.
They did.
As well.
They give the ball. They respected the bowler. They respected the ball. And yes, it's easy saying this when you're only chasing 175, 176, but they give themselves a half a chance by respecting the early part of the game. Not going out there and totally disrespecting the game by not understanding the surface you're playing, trying to play shots that you cannot play on these wickets, and not giving you your best chance to see the. I mean, we've seen, what did we see? 2 overs of the ball change. Now is it 34? It's 34 overs now, isn't it? So in 2 games with the new rules where they're split, where you get a Kookaburra ball, 1 from each end, brand new, till the 34th, and then the captain gets to pick which one he wants to use, which is the softest, or which is the one that's going out of colour. England have had 1 over with it on Sunday and 2 overs with it today. I mean, it's like we sound like a broken record, and we are sounding like a broken record. But at the end of the day, England are making the same mistakes they've made for quite a long time in 50-over cricket. And what happens? We'll have a captain and a coach come and we'll say, we've got to go harder.
Well, we'll hear hopefully from Harry Brook, and we'll hear whether he does repeat that. But now then, if this is a preparation for the Ashes, and it is, I think you would both have put very high on your priority list Jofra Archer and Mark Wood. Obviously, Wood's not in the squad, so we weren't going to see him. Archer didn't play in the first game, but let's just concentrate. Let's put aside all of the poor shot selection and the errors and the lack of application and the apparent inability or unwillingness to do the hard work that 50-over cricket requires. All of that is very disappointing. So just focus for a minute on Archer, because jeepers, if the first 3, I mean, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 23, 3 edges for 4. And he could have had 3 for 12.
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. I really did. I think that's great, encouraging signs for what's coming up in Australia. It really is. Another 10 overs under his belt here in New Zealand. 20 overs in the game against the Lions, and I think he'd be ready for that first Test match in Perth. I can see a day. I can see a storyline of Archer playing all 5 Test matches in Australia. I really can. I can see Jofra playing all 5 Test matches. He looks fit. He looks strong, and I can. Honestly, I can. You're saying no, but I can see.
Is that a dream or a nightmare?
No, I can see.
No way.
But I look at Ben Stokes, and Ben Stokes will pick the best team for what's coming next. And I look at Jofra Archer, and I see when he's not playing, the guy has a hump on. You can see he gets.
He'll play the first 2 and he won't play in Adelaide, and then he'll play the last 2. He could play 4.
I think he'll play all 5.
But
I really think he'll play all 5.
But what I have, look,
if he's fit, I think he plays all 5.
I've been impressed. Jofra Archer today was outstanding. He's come back after having a little bit of a break. He looks fit as anything. He's eaten well. He's trained well. He was smiling throughout the game. He bowled with pace. He made the ball move off the seam. He had a game plan. He came back for his second and third spells, and he was straight at him from the off. There was no light looseners. And even Bryden Cass, not as good today, but in the first ODI, I thought he bowled well as well. I think he picked up 3 wickets, didn't he, in that first ODI.
His first spell today was good.
Yeah. So 2 in his first spell today. So the 2 quick bowlers who could play in that first test, I actually thought bowled really well in this series. So they're being good. So there's good signs. The next sign now is after this series is finished, is watching Mark Wood bowl. We're all desperate to see him bowl because he hasn't bowled now for nearly a year.
Okay, we'll come back to that question in just a moment. But for now, our colleague at Sport Nation, Daniel McHardy, had a chat to Ravindra after the game. Ravindra made 54 from 57 balls. Looked very good.
Yeah, I think it was a hell of a victory. I mean, we've been pretty decent at this format over a period of time, so it's nice to get the job done here again.
Important toss to win. I think they wanted to bowl as well. But how did you think it played? Did it move us around as much as you may have thought?
Yeah, I think it nipped around a bit. I think their bowlers certainly made use of conditions, and obviously our boys, the way they're bowling at the top of the innings is amazing. I think we know early season New Zealand that's going to nip around and have that little bit of extra bounce, but I think the wicket played quite nicely in the end, but certainly tested us at the top.
Great to see Blair Tickner come back and get his chance and really seize it. It seemed like he was loving it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a story, isn't it? I think the comeback stories are always amazing, and I think the way Tix came out and did his work, I mean, we know what he's about. He's obviously been in the group before, but to come away after a few years and showcase his skills out there on from a tough end into the wind was brilliant to see.
You surprised by their approach? They've been bowled out 35.2 overs, 36 overs, sort of cardinal sins, you might say.
I mean, it is what it is. I think the way cricket's played, ODI cricket especially now these days, you're going to go hard and you're going to want to go hard. And sometimes, the ball and the cards don't fall your way, but I think that's the way they play. And they've got a lot of world-class operators. So, look, we've got to be waiting for the next game. It could be a high scorer.
You like to play freely, but you curbed yourself in that opening 10 overs. As a stern examination, did you feel like not losing 2, 3, 4 on that opening 10 was basically the game plan?
Yeah, I think before I went out to bat, I sort of had to think, and I was potentially a little bit loose last game, and obviously my natural game is to hopefully play with intent, but it doesn't mean I need to take away from the positions I'm in. It's just understanding what the surface is doing. I think Kane's a great calm head to have out there too. We sort of recognise, hey, it's a new ball wicket. What can we do to deny them for a period of time, knowing we're only chasing sort of that 170 score? I think it was 300, 350, a little bit different. If it was nipping around, have to probably be a bit more proactive, but I think we're able to sit there and absorb for a wee while.
Of course, Mitchell Santner comes out, plays a free hand, but Daryl Mitchell loves a fight, doesn't he?
I think he's the epitome of the Black Caps. I think he has been for the last few years. The way he goes about his business, obviously Sat's natural talent is amazing, the bombs he was hitting, but Daryl, he's a great man to bat with, and the positions he gets into and the fight that he gets for New Zealand is amazing to watch.
Team caught well today, big tick there. Important you keep the foot down for the third and final. You want the clean sweep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, whenever you get the opportunity to, it would be great. And although the series wrapped up, there's still a lot of games to be had. And we go to Wellington, best city in the world. So, it'll be great.
It is what it is, says Ravindra about England. That's the modern way. You go hard, and sometimes it'll work, and sometimes it won't. Well, what Steve Harmison and Darren Gough are saying alongside me is that it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be what is. I mean, it's just a reminder, England bowled out for 175, and as Dan McHardy says, they're not getting past 36 overs in either innings. New Zealand then knocking the runs off with 5 wickets to spare and 16.5 overs to spare. I don't know what England do for the third game. I mean, do they had a tendency. They played the same team in the T20 series, such as it was, rain affected. But they've got a 16-man squad. They've got Tom Banton, Rian Ahmed. He never plays.
They've got to change it. They've got to get. Listen, Rian Ahmed's got to have a game at some point. Surely they can't just keep taking him away every single winter and him just watching. Someone's got to take over eventually from Adil Rashid. If he gets an injury at his age, we have no idea if Rian is going to be the real deal for England at this level. I think he's improved as a cricketer. We saw that in the 100 this year. He was magnificent. They're pushing him with a bat. They're pushing him with a ball. I want to see him in England shirt. The series is over now, so I think England have got to have a look at some of the other players.
Yeah, I think Archer has to play again. I think Archer needs another more 10 overs. I don't think you can afford to leave Adil Rashid out. I think he's too good in a bowling attack, which I don't think is that strong. I'm not saying I don't play Rian Ahmed. I think you could possibly
play two, yeah.
You
possibly.
potentially could play Rian Ahmed instead of Sam Curran, and move possibly Jamie Overton up one and have
Rian have that instead of Sam Curran, straight swap.
So you have that. Bryden Carse probably won't play.
Yeah.
And whether you have a look at Sonny Baker, or do you go back to Luke Wood? Do you know what I mean? So one of them two. I think Wood. I like Luke Wood. I think with a new ball, I think him and Archer would be a decent combination, pitch up swing, and obviously the other one hit the deck. So they will be looking from a change point of view. I don't think the top six are going to change, largely down to the fact that the top five are going to play in Australia, so they're going to need to keep hitting balls, and there's a couple of them haven't hit too many so far. So I think that's where I'd see change. I would definitely look at Rian Ahmed, but they're playing on a wicket, in the Sky Stadium, which isn't going to be spin friendly. It has been more seam dominant. So, can you afford to leave Sam Curran out and play a frontline bowler and expose, especially when your top order isn't firing, and then expose Jamie Overton at number 7, who actually has batted really well in the series so far. So, if you went with a Luke Wood over Sam Curran, or a Sonny Baker over Sam Curran to get an extra sort of firepower frontline seamer into the game, possibly, but that's the only way I see changes is the bowl, and I don't see Tom Banton getting the game at all.
A quick word about Jamie Overton. You've spoken about role definition and how Sam Curran has benefited in the T20 format for having a clearly defined role. I was going to ask you about whether Jamie Overton's role in 50-over cricket now could be seen more and more as the replacement for Liam Plunkett, who's never been replaced as a middle-over enforcer. While you think about that, though, let's hear from England captain Harry Brook.
Unfortunately, pretty comprehensive, wasn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't to be today, and hopefully we dig deep and double down on what we always talk about come Saturday.
You wanted to bowl, didn't go your way. How do you think you've dealt with the new ball?
Yeah, it's annoying. I keep on losing the toss, but every time you play against New Zealand, they're going to probe away at top of off with the odd bouncer, and they didn't really give us many bad balls to hit, and they bowled well. They've played better than us in the last two games, and unfortunately we've ended up on the wrong side of the line, or whatever you say.
Yeah. Well, I think you've left 15 overs on the field today, maybe 14. It's finding that right balance, taking the innings as deep as possible, but you don't want to throw, I guess, your batting DNA.
No, absolutely. We want to be aggressive. We want to entertain. We want to look to put their bowlers under pressure. And unfortunately, the last couple of games it hasn't worked. We've got arguably 3 or 4 of the best players in the world. Well, best players in England and in the world in our top 5-6. So on Saturday, hopefully, we can really nail them into the ground and get a big score. If we bat first.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully you win the toss and you get to choose whatever you want to do. But it's such a modest target. It's really hard, but you bowled really well at top. That was a really stern examination for the Black Caps, but just unfortunately, maybe a break or here or there didn't go your way to open the door completely.
Yeah, we didn't get enough runs. It's simple as that, really. We didn't bat well enough. We didn't get a big enough total, but very promising signs to see Bryden Carse and Jofra Archer bowling with a new ball there and putting them under pressure. Taking a couple of wickets in the power play is always good. Like I said the other night, we want people who can take wickets with a new ball and have the skill to be able to do that.
Yeah. Team looks still pretty upbeat. There was lots of smiles wandering on. You're confident you'll bounce back in Wellington?
Yeah, definitely. Look, we're living the dream. You can't complain too much. We've only lost a couple of games of cricket. I know it's disappointing, but there's a lot of worse things going on in the world. So we've just got to try and come back stronger on Saturday. And our main aim is to keep on trying to win.
Appreciate your time. See you in Wellington. Hopefully there's no famous Wellington spring wins for you.
Thank you. Cheers.
I like that. Put a smile on my face. Well done, Harry Brook. I think there are worse things happening in the world, and we can dissect and criticise as much as we like. But you know what he said? As he said, they've lost 2 games of cricket.
Very good, balanced interview by Dan McHardy and the England captain. He spoke honestly. Didn't get enough runs. There were positives there. Yes, I love the fact that they are living the dream, and there are worse things that are happening in the world. But soon.
He said they want to entertain. He just needs to remember that winning is also entertaining.
Yeah, winning is also entertaining, but that you have to earn the right to entertain, and I don't think in the last 2 games or over the course of the back end of Joss Butler's tenureship and into Harry's, I don't think in 50 over cricket England have entertained too much. I think they've had a real struggle with finding out what the right game plan is, what the right execution is, and what the right team is for England to be a powerhouse in 50 over cricket. We won the World Cup in 2019, and we're now languishing in 8th. I don't think we're in a position where I think there's a look over your shoulder for qualification for the next World Cup. But at the end of the day, England are going to have to start playing some better, find a way of playing some better 50 over cricket, because the entertainment bit at this moment in time isn't there, because they're not winning enough games of cricket in 50 over cricket.
Okay, those of you watching might have seen Darren Gough being summoned away in the middle of our podcast. Nothing to worry about, I'm very glad to say, nothing to be alarmed about. He was simply required for an immediate dissection of England's loss on the breakfast programme in a studio a couple of floors above us. But seeing as I asked the question, we'll finish on with your answer, because there'll be some people interested to know about my comparison with Jamie Overton as a possible replacement middle over enforcer, the role that was performed so well by Liam Plunkett, and probably underappreciated just how important and how good he was in that role. Is Jamie Overton up to that?
I think he's up to it I think he's more up to it from a batting point of view. You know, he bats at number 8 where Liam did, and I think he is from a batting point of view. I don't think he's anywhere near from a bowling point of view. I think in individual overs, I think wicket-taking balls, I think he's up there with Liam. I think durability, ability to nail out 10 overs, game in, game out, is where I think Liam was very good at. But I think on being able to get a wicket out of nowhere, Jamie's got them qualities. I just worry that how many times has Jamie Overton got 10 overs in him in a short space of time? Because if you want to build something to go and win a World Cup, you're going to play in series he's leading into it, whether it's 3 or 5 match series. That enforcer role is key role, and the brilliance of Liam Plunkett in that role was he was always there. He was never missing. He always there, and he was always fronting up. Where I can't see a tournament like the World Cup the last time, where you have to play 9 games in 35, 40 days, where that enforcer role has to bowl on average 8 overs throughout that tournament. On foot, I don't think Jamie Overton's body will be able to, withstand that. So that's something for for the future. I think he's had 2 good games. I think he showed glimpses with the ball. He's been very, very good with the bat. I just think that possibly Sam Curran and Jamie Overton probably fighting for that one spot, and that's the number 7 or number 8 spot, whichever way they go around. Because I still think England are either one seam bowler, frontline banker of 10 overs short, but that is not really the question at this moment in time, because of the first 2 games in this series. It doesn't matter if they had all 5 banking 10 overs. They were not got enough runs, as the captain said, and they're not going to win any games.
Well, there you have it. A pair of 5-wicket defeats. England lose the series with a match to come, which doesn't mean to say that we won't bring you the 3rd and final one-day international live ball-by-ball commentary exclusively on it'll be talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, as well as the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be on air sometime half an hour after midnight Saturday, so into Sunday morning for the final game, which is from the Sky Stadium in Wellington. In the meantime, this has been Following On. Oh, Jamie Smith has swung across the line here, and it's carved it up into the air, straight to Kane Williamson at backward point.
Short delivery, Bethel takes it on. There's a man out there, and he's going to take the catch.
Ball down the leg side. I think he's burgled one. Yes, Joe Root has feathered an edge, just strangled down the leg side.
Santner in again, and driven to backward point and caught. What a catch! Harry Brook is on his way. Chopped away by Overton. That's a very, very well-timed shot. It's a smash by Overton. It was an ugly-looking shot, but he's got 4.
and he goes big. It's a top edge. Santner settles underneath it, and that is the end of Overton's inning. Well, England in disarray here.
So New Zealand need a modest target, 176.
Archer in once more, and LBW absolutely plumb. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside. Nice looking shot from Kane Williamson.
Lovely straight hit by Mitchell, launching it high and into the sight screen. Short, pulled, over mid-wicket's head for 6.
Short pulled by Ravindra to Adil Rashid at deep backward square leg, and then Archer has struck.
Shoot again. Now on the reverse is Darren Mitchell. It's 50 up as well. Oh, what a shot from Mitchell Santner. He's just toying with England now. Of course it is. And Darren Mitchell is going to win the game for New Zealand. New Zealand win the game by 5 wickets, and in doing so take the series 2-0 with 1 to play.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stelling. Get ready for a wicked weekend of live and exclusive football with goals galore on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It's a freaky Friday night as rotting Wrexham take on cadaverous Coventry in the Championship live on talkSPORT 2. Then on Saturday, the spooktacular live football continues. From 12:30, lurid Leicester encounter bone-chilling Blackburn in the Championship on talkSPOOK 2. Don't lose your head. Get dead good live and exclusive football with extra bite on talkSPORT and talkSPORT Boo.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.